Somebody threw water on your idea, let's say. No, just stick to it. If it's a wrong thing for you, you'll know it. But there's no reason to walk around with other people's ideas ruling your life. And certainly, if they expect you to die, I hope that you do your best to disappoint them. We're all going to do it anyway, but you don't want to do it to make somebody else's schedule look good. Could you imagine that being so malleable that, we need this bed. Could you kind of like hurry up and just cease respiration? No. Uh-uh. So that's good. So the two books I would recommend are, and you'll find them at mojoacademy.org, are Bending Spoons with Your Mind and Other Miracles of Mind Power, and You Can Live Forever. And that's a fascinating book. That is a very interesting philosophical take. Now, it's from a religious point of view of a religion to which I do not adhere, but I understand, you see. Because all religions, to me, there's a validity in there. I explain it thusly, always have. I'm in New York, you're in California, and we want to meet in Wyoming. I head west, you head east. We are walking in opposite directions, but we're going to end up in the same place. So you see, that's the way it goes. There are different methods of getting to the same place. And so take a look at these books. I think you'll find them very helpful. And if you get them, you'll see this at mojoacademy.org where the books are listed. If you get them through, you can get them through Amazon, but they cost more. I do them through Amazon because that's how people prefer to buy them, believe it or not. But you can get it for less money at mojoacademy.org, and you can get 15% off by using the code WELCOME15. You'll find all that there at that website. You check out code WELCOME15. So you'll save money and you'll maybe get some advice. That's the best I can do. I don't tell people what to think. I don't tell people how to think. I never even use the tarot cards to tell people what to do. Regular listeners will know that. So I just wanted to mark this anniversary of my, first of all, I'm stubborn, so I didn't die. Wouldn't you feel the same way? Somebody took it for granted that you're going to drop dead any minute now, and they're watching you, waiting to change the linen. No. That's rude. And so, no, I didn't do it. I did not die. And I missed a bunch of shows back then, but I was still here. Don't let them talk you to death. You ever hear that expression? No, the guy just talked me to death. Well, that's what some doctors can do. There's the thing called placebo, which is, you can find something about that at my website, magic-works.com. But there's also a less common thing, the opposite. It's called nocebo. That's what the doctors have called it. And it comes from a doctor who unfortunately diagnosed terminal throat cancer in a man. And of course, the man went home and dutifully wasted away and died. Then at the autopsy, the doctor wanted to study the tumor, and he found there was nothing. He had no throat cancer. He had nothing wrong with him. The doctor talked him into dying. And they call that nocebo because people can literally talk you to death. So it's very important that you firm up your own mind power. You get strong. And part of that is meditation because that increases the way your mind works. The mind power is infinite, folks. You can move things with your mind. I am telling you this. I've done it. I've got a raw video. I didn't edit it. I did nothing, showing me do it. And I want you to see that too. So now keep those in mind. Those two books, You Can Live Forever and Bending Spoons with Your Mind, or Other Miracles of Mind Power. So let's get to the readings now. I'm just so happy to celebrate 10th anniversary of not being dead. I went a little overboard here, but we'll make up for that with some really good readings. How's that? I'm going to ring a bell 3 times now and declare a sacred space. And now we're going to take the first call from probably the most poetic thing I've ever said being on this show, Dawn in Charlotte, North Carolina. Hi, Dawn. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello, Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Dawn in Charlotte, North Carolina. Just sounds beautiful, It just sounds like makes me just want to go. I mean, I keep hearing now. Now I'm hearing Jolson singing, "Nothing can be finer than to be in Carolina in the morning." So, but Dawn in Charlotte, North Carolina. Boy, that just sounds refreshing. So, well, especially
Well,
when you live in a canyon like I do. So, what can I look at for you tonight, Dawn?
well, I am calling regarding a very, um, I'm calling about a person. Would you like their name?
No, it's not necessary if you don't want to.
It doesn't matter. Um,
Okay.
the person's name is Mark, and
Okay.
we have known each other for almost 5 years, albeit long distance.
Hmm.
And it's a very intense connection that appears to have gotten more intense this year after. Anyway, I just wanted to know if you could give me any enlightenment because it's complex, but it's powerful.
Okay. Um, have you had a face-to-face meeting in person yet?
No, but there is a possibility in December, but because of it being somewhat of a, um, it's like when you meet some people, they can be people that mirror you, and it could be someone that holds a mirror to you. It could
Hmm.
be someone that helps you grow and evolve, and you trigger each other, and it makes it more difficult, but all the more meaningful. And so it's not easy, but it's more meaningful, and that's what I need help with.
Well, what I've got here are they're very interesting cards, but they're kind of up and down. I got the Page of Cups. That's about a new relationship. That's a relationship that's I- it's in its not in its formative stages. It's completed. It's beyond that. It's like it's real. It's here now. The Devil card is here. Now that's not bad. Okay, that's not one of those. It's not an evil card. I know that the movies use that card about evilness. What that is that it
More
says
about
that
transformation, isn't it?
well, it's dealing with a very charismatic person, an attractive person, a person who's usually the center of attention, and they don't necessarily seek the center of attention. Some people just draw that. You know what I mean?
That would be
The
me.
the only warning here is not if I mean again because there's so much mythology around devil, right? But in the tarot scheme of things, it shows two people chained to the block on which the devil in the card is sitting. And that means to be careful that you don't give over your whole life to that person, that you don't subsume your needs only in favor of that person, because these are very powerful people. They can be very profitable to be around and very gratifying in many ways. You know what I'm talking. I'm not talking about evil here. I'm talking about an overwhelming feeling that you have when you're with the person, that you can lose yourself, and you probably don't want to lose yourself. Am I right?
Absolutely. You want to enhance each other.
Yeah. So just be that's just there. So this is telling me that the relationship is here. There's a real thing between you. That this is a very compelling person. This is a person who you find is extremely attractive in many ways. That's not about looks, even. Only that.
No,
Uh,
no, not at all.
there are people like there just are people like that. You'll hear people saying I'd walk to the ends of the earth for that person. It's like that. There are some people who have that ability with people, and they have a responsibility not to abuse that. The next card is the Moon, which is a card of intuition and unconsciousness, in terms of the other levels of the mind. And this is telling me that you should be very clear about your feelings, and it may speak to you in dreams also. I don't get that card very often. It's an interesting card. And by the way, I've got five cards
Well,
here, and three
A
of
little
them are major
insight: we
cards.
are both enamored by the moon. Just letting
Oh,
you,
good.
just letting you know.
Okay. That's fascinating that would come in. And then the
But I
next
also
card is
know that it's about, your hidden self as well.
mm, the next is the Lovers, the card. Now that's another card that has been ruined by movies. The Lovers card signifies not. Sometimes it's just face value. It's about romance. Mostly, it's about a choice. It's about you're going to be facing a choice in this, which is a choice between, in its bluntest terms, the card represents choice between the sacred and the profane. You're not, but it never really works out that black and white. I mean, let's face it, if there was a choice that was that easy to make, we wouldn't even be needing cards. We could do these things. But it just says that you're going to make, there's going to be a point where you're going to have to make a decision about this relationship. The only advice I can give you is the next card is the Three of Cups, which is cups again are romance. Cups are about emotions. See, this is bracketed by the Page of Cups and the Three of Cups. So the cards are responding to what you're asking, which is about romance. The Three of Cups is the Ramani description of that is generally the completion of a matter in fulfillment and in plenty. Sometimes it refers to something happening because of friends through people you know. But the thing is, threes are completion. Now, what this is telling me is that you're going to be making a choice about this relationship. This isn't going to be too much help to you, except it's going to be reassuring. Let me put it that way. I see that whatever choice that you do make will be the right choice. Okay?
I don't feel it's my choice at this point.
Well, that's the part of the devil card, which is the person is overwhelming in a sense. You know what I mean? It can feel like you're compelled to do these things. And again, it doesn't mean you're being drawn into evil. You know what I mean? It's just
Oh, I know that.
and if that's what you want to do, yeah, but all I'm saying is that the Lovers card indicates a choice in the offing, and that from what I see, you're going to make the right choice. So if you're concerned about making a mistake, I'd say don't be too concerned about that. Trust your inner intuition, which is the moon, right? But right now, you've been in contact with a very, I don't want to say, you see, it's hard to find a word that I don't want to take it as a negative thing, an overwhelming person. And that's not necessarily bad. You know what I mean? It can be a glorious thing.
Well, if I
So,
could add to my query, I don't
mhm.
know if he's going to be able to open his heart enough to finally let me in
Well,
and
there you
give this
go.
a chance.
That that's what you're going to have to decide about. I'll bet. You have to make a decision about where you're going to go, and what you're willing to accept, and what you're willing to not have, or what or that you may look. You may have everything, right? But you need more experience with the person. But what I see is the choice you make is going to be okay. You're going to be see here I've got the 10 of Cups. It's a card of cups again. You see, it's a card of happiness. You whatever way this turns out, you're going to be okay. You're going to come out all right. All right. You have to figure out what you want, what you're willing to pay for it. In that sense, everything has a cost, right? Uh, or it's all benefit. Whichever way you look at it, the decision that you're going to have to make is if you keep this going after you spend some time as people together. That would be, then you'll get the answer to your question. Will he be able to open up and let you in? Okay.
Okay.
But please understand that what I'm saying here, although it doesn't sound particularly helpful, I guess, is that you're not going to make the wrong choice.
Like I said, I don't feel like it's my choice at this point. He's
Well,
dealing with a lot, and
right.
a relationship that's been pretty much over for a year.
Mhm.
And it's about me permeating his heart. And
Well,
that's what I guess I wanted
I, gue- I guess
to know
the
about.
choice is whether or not you want to continue. Again, I
I
just shuffle
don't
them up
care
a
to
little
do
bit.
it with anybody else.
Well, I have the Ace of Cups here. Again, you're getting cup cards, so the cards are responding. This tells me that you have a big heart, and the Temperance card is here. So what you're looking for is the balance. Temperance is about balance. Right now, you feel that the relationship is not quite balanced. Am I correct?
It ebbs and flows. It's like I said,
Mm.
we takes like 3 steps forward, 1 step back. you know.
Well, you're working through all that. These long distance things can be very difficult, right? This is that's that's part of the price we pay for the modern communications. But I do see. Let me put it this way: I see nothing but happiness in your future. I see the sun. I see the Ten of Cups. I see all kinds of happy stuff here. Balance, which is the Temperance card. So that's what's telling me is that you will be able to allow this to develop and see where it goes, and you will make the right decision for you.
I know I will, but I don't know if he will.
Well, that would be his concern at that point, wouldn't it? See, let me put it this way. I have another card here that's telling me this. You're at a point of change right now.
Hmm.
This card indicates that one part of your life may be coming to an end and another part is beginning.
Hope so.
And yeah, well, the question then is this going to be with this person or without?
Right.
And you have conflicting feelings. I have the Chariot here. That's a person who's holding two conflicting feelings on course and try to get it moving. But I have faith that you can get it done and do what's best for you. Here I got it again, the Ten of Cups. The cards are still saying that you this is what's going on, but there is happiness in your future. You will make the right decision. Okay?
So nothing showing how he truly feels about me.
All I'm seeing now is you.
Oh, thank you, Reverend Poet.
Okay, so just hang in there and see what develops and see how you feel and see where it's going. Um, the only thing I see about him is, as I said, you're dealing with a powerful, attractive person who can do a lot with you and for you. And the question is, how far will that go, right? That's really the question with all relationships. But you happen to have be involved with somebody who is extra special that way. You know what I mean? So see where it goes. I'm getting the same cards over and over again now, and this is odd because there's a lot of cards in the deck, and now I've got the Lovers again. That's the card of making a choice. So when the time comes, you'll make the right choice. Okay, I wish I could be more specific, but at least I don't see your life going down the drain. You know what I mean? I see good things coming your way. All right?
I hope so. Thank you so
Yeah,
much for your time and energy.
good luck to you. Bye bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. We look through the magical window of the tarot cards. There I am shuffling them up. And we get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern Time on the Ask One Radio Network. You can check out Magic, MAGICK works.com to see 106 pages of the things that I do. My new popular post there, if you look at the alchemy post, I've got oh man, talk about it. See, magic is practical. I know magic is not this woo-woo kind of thing in the sky. And so you look at my page on alchemy and you'll see what I mean because I include very practical things there. One of the practical things is there was an article recently in the paper on how very expensive pasta sauce is in a jar now. Jarred spaghetti sauce. You can run $9, $10. I show you how to make your own for under $1. You can find that at the alchemy page. Under $1. And you won't know the difference between that and store bought or homemade for that matter, because it will be homemade. Cheryl in Medicine Hat, Alberta is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi,
Hi, sorry
I'm
to be
glad I
abrupt.
got on tonight.
How are you doing tonight, Cheryl?
Oh, I'm pretty good. Yeah. And how are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm a little chatty today, though, for some reason. I guess,
Oh, that's
like,
all right.
I guess that's pretty good if it's radio, right? So, what can I look at for you? What can we look at tonight?
Oh, it just seems like everything in my life is kind of about all up in the air, and I could sure use some guidance. So maybe just a general reading.
Okay. Well, let's see. First of all, this might be helpful to you. Is the Seven of Rods. That is a person who is capable of sweeping away all opposition and dealing with all problems. So you're very good at that. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's good to know. The Nine of Coins is here. Now, this is a person who is comfortable being alone. It doesn't mean that you're lonely. It doesn't mean that you're a hermit. It just means that you don't have to be around people all the time. That you're at peace with yourself. That's good. The High Priestess card is here. That is a person who has depths that see behind what's the veil. You see depths that lead to the more important things in life, and it's almost a mystical quality. So that's very good too. I'm getting good stuff here from you.
Good.
Now I have the Ace of Coins and the Wheel of Fortune, and then are you looking for new work?
No, I hope to retire in a couple of years, but
Okay, well hey, that's the
I'm
best job there is, right? That's
I'm looking for a little more financial stability, security.
yeah.
Yeah.
See, that's why I was asking because the Ace of Coins is about a new stream of money coming in,
Oh,
and the
great.
Knight of Coins is no. That well, before that though, there's the Wheel of Fortune, which says that the conditions now are going to change in your life, and that's followed by the Knight of Coins. See, that's why I asked about money, and when I see money like that coming in, it usually means looking for new work. The Knight of Coins, it also means a new income stream is coming in. Now, the next
Mm,
card, you mentioned retirement, and that's fascinating because the next card is the death card, which doesn't mean dying. That's too many movies have ruined that card. That means
right.
the end
Yeah.
of the end of one period of your life and the beginning of another. So that's what you're planning for is the new period in your life. And the Ten of Cups is here, which is a card of great happiness and joy, and that tells me that you're going to be very well prepared for that. So
Good.
the main concern I'm seeing with this new phase of your life that you're going to be entering is financial.
Hmm.
And I do see that you're going to come up with some other ways of making money, of getting more in
Oh,
terms of having more income. The strength card is here too, so you're very determined and a person who has strength. Oh, and here's the Six of Rods. That's about success and triumph. This is very happy reading. It's telling me that financially you're going to get what you want.
wow.
And as this new
And on.
period of yeah, as this new period of your life commences, you will be prepared for it and you'll do well.
Hmm.
I hope that helps.
Yes, it sure does.
Good.
It just gives
So,
me a little boost of confidence and um, kind of eases things a bit.
well, that's one of the important things that these cards do is that it can show you whether you're on the right track or not. But according to this, you see that when you mentioned retiring, and that's I'd already had the card, the death card, about one phase of life ending and another one beginning. Now, the reason, of course, that the cards don't really go into predicting death is because that's always there in our future. The further the
Hmm.
way, the better,
Yeah.
usually,
Yeah.
but I've been reading for years and years and years, and only one time did I ever see anything that looked remotely like imminent, disastrous death, and
Hmm.
that was just once. But it turned out that it was about somebody else. So I didn't want to talk to the person on the air about that. I said the cards. I got to talk to you privately about this, and it turned out that it involved a child who was murdered. But
Oh.
generally, but that's for all the other cards that were around it. generally, in this case, it's perfectly it fits perfectly with what you said, that you're going to retire, and
Yeah.
that's a wonderful new phase in life. And there you go.
Hmm.
And the money is what's on your mind about this, but happiness is there too.
Yeah.
So
Could the
I
death
think
card also be like the end of a marriage as well? There's issues
well,
there.
it it's the end of one phase. If you were specifically asking me about a marriage, there are other cards that directly relate to relationships and things like that. But overall,
Yeah.
it really just means that the end of one period of life and the beginning of another.
Right. Yeah.
So it's possible, but did you want to look at a relationship specifically?
Yeah, maybe a couple cards on that. That'd be great.
Okay. Because according to this, you're going to do fine. You're going to cause that change that you want. That's going to lead to more money coming in, and you'll be
Hmm.
prepared and happy. Okay, here we go. Not happy stuff here though. This is the Nine
Oh,
of Swords is a card of great pain and sorrow.
yeah.
Has there been pain and sorrow in the marriage?
For many years already. Yeah.
Okay, 'cause that is easily the saddest card in the deck. The
Yeah.
next is the
Like,
Judgment. The Judgment card is about rebirth, and the Death card is there next. You see, you asked me about that, and here it is. So yeah,
yeah.
it could mean that this is coming to an end.
Yeah. I'm pretty
It-
sure it
it-
is too.
and here's the Wheel of Fortune, which is about things changing.
Hmm.
After the Wheel of Fortune is the Four of Rods, which is about happiness and contentedness. So wow, this is pretty heavy duty. I'm surprised that you asked me if the Death card could mean that, and there's that card. It's
Yeah.
right next to it's next to the Judgment card too. So as this happens, it's going to lead to a rebirth for you also, and a new phase in life for
Hmm.
you.
That's right. Where I'm going to be get my joy back and peace. And not that I don't have that now. I have wonderful family and friends. But
Oh, sure, I
I'm in.
understand.
Yeah.
The Nine of Swords is about sorrow and sadness, and you don't want to continue with
Hmm.
that. Why not? Why
No.
should you, right? I mean, there's times when we have to suffer through something, and there's other times when we, do what we have to not. And it's
Hmm.
and it looks to me like the Judgment card means you're going to blow that horn and be reborn and the Death card means that the new phase of life begins. The Wheel of Fortune means that the situation is going to change, and the Four of Rods is about happiness. So that's pretty
Yeah.
good. So
It is.
you got three major cards in there too, so it's about an important issue in your life.
Yeah.
Things are going to be good for you.
I think so. Yeah. I'm glad I got to talk to you tonight.
My pleasure.
Hmm.
Call again some other time.
I sure will.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Bye bye now.
Thank you. Yep. Bye bye.
And let's shuffle them up. See, that's fascinating. This is what I mean. But some people believe the tarot cards are alive, literally alive. So the question is, could that card also refer to the marriage? And then I read about the marriage, and there's that card. Unreal, huh? I've been doing this for 10,000 years. It feels sometimes, but I never take these cards for granted. Deborah in Delaware is next. Hi, Deborah. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi there, Elliot. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
Good, thanks.
Great. What can I look at for you?
Well, I want to take a look at finances.
Okay, let's see what we've got here. Well, the first card I've got is the Nine of Cups, and that's a card of joy and enjoyment and satisfaction and happiness, followed by the Ace of Coins, which is a new source of money coming in. That's a good one, for finances. The Wheel of Fortune, I get that a lot today. That the situation, whatever situation you're in now, is going to be changing. Oh, the Six of
Right.
Coins. The Six of Coins is a card of philanthropy. The Six of Coins is a card about getting money, about somebody laying some cash on you here. Now, that could be a gift or it could be work. There's money coming your way there. And the more important card to
You know,
me is
I'm
the Ace.
selling some properties.
Oh boy, there you go. You're going to do all right with that, according to this. My favorite card here, though, is the Ace of Swords, because the Ace of Swords is about your mind is expanding, your mind is growing, you're changing the way you think and see the world. Am I correct?
100%, Elliot. I have to.
Yeah, well,
Mhm.
there it is. You're doing
Absolutely.
really, and you're doing really well with that, according to this, and that's going to give you the things that you want. Uh,
It's
let's see. Yep,
beautiful.
that's the Knight of Coins is here, the Two of Coins, here's the Seven of Coins. All these coins, yeah, money, right? It's coming. The
Yes.
money's coming.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're surrounded. You're
I'm
surrounded by
auctioning
money.
off.
You're surrounded by money cards. So yeah, you're gonna do all right.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, because I'm auctioning off some properties and just really trying to restructure my finances. And yeah, it's been a learning experience. So yeah, my whole outlook has changed.
Well, here's the Page of
Even
Coins again.
hmm?
Here's the Page of Coins. That's the beginning of the actual appearance of money. So it's not like the Knight of Coins is theoretical. The page means it's here. So yeah, you're going to do all right, money wise. And
Okay,
I get here.
great.
I
Now
shuffled up the cards, and here it is again: the Ace of Swords and the Six of Coins.
that's
Yeah,
just
no doubt about it. There's money coming your way.
yeah, thank God. Let me ask you now because the ex-husband is coming home from jail. I really don't want him here with me,
Hmm.
but he has no place else to go. How is that going to work out for me, Elliot?
Well, if you don't want that, is there anything you can do? Is there any legal action you could take?
Oh yeah, yeah, I will. It's just
Okay.
I'm just going to help him get on his feet and everything like that, and yeah, and then
Wh-
get senior citizen housing.
Well, you see, I've got the Two of Swords, which is about kind of like a situation that isn't going anywhere. It's like a stalemate situation. So be careful that it doesn't become something sticky, that you get stuck in.
Okay.
That's it's. Other than that, I mean, the cards I see looking into ahead for you, Four of Rods. I keep getting that today. It's happy. It's happy home, especially, and the Sun, which is healing and health and growth and happiness. Um, oh, do I have to tell you this again? The Six of Coins. It's the third time it's shown up when I shuffle the cards for you. That is the card that you take a look at it. Son. It shows a person handing out money. I mean, this is, yeah. There's nothing you can do about it. You're going to do well with the sales, according to this. But with the situation you're
Right.
talking about, it's like just a warning to just be careful that it doesn't become a situation you're stuck in.
Yeah, I've been stuck for 36 years, and I just want
Well,
to be free. But I'm going to push him to. He's at the age where he can get senior citizen housing, his Social Security. So that's what I'm going to push him toward for
okay.
sure.
Well, I
I
certainly
did
hope
my
he's.
time.
I certainly hope he's doing better. I mean, obviously he's had a terrible experience, but and so have you. I just.
Yes.
I, I'll tell you what I'm going to do after the show. I'll light a white candle to send positive energy for both you and him. Okay.
Thank you, Elliot. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. And you know something? That Ace of Swords is very important because your mind is changing and growing and expanding, and it's the beginning of new thoughts and ideas. And that's a very difficult time for a lot of people. I joke about you can always tell when you're growing as a person because you lose all your friends, you know. So
Absolutely, and I'm fine with that.
so yeah, that's the main thing. So hang in there, okay?
Okay.
But
Thank you, Elliot.
you'll be
Thank
doing
you so
fine.
much.
One last card here
Okay.
again,
Thank you.
the Ace of Coins. That's the appearance of money. See, money's all around you. I should get to know you, right?
Oh, that's beautiful. Yes.
Thanks for calling. I got to
Thank you,
run.
Elliot. Have a
I'm
good
at the
evening.
end.
Okay.
Thank
Thank you.
Bye
Okay.
bye now.
Okay. Bye bye.
And that's it. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. Wow, interesting calls tonight, huh? That's really something. So remember now, I gave you that long talk about a couple of books that will be really good in terms of mind expanding, which would be Bending Spoons with Your Mind and Other Miracles of Mind Power. And You Can Live Forever is the subtitle of the book. It's called There Is No Death. You Can Live Forever. So those are philosophical and practical books at the same time. And I hope you maybe find something else that would be of help. We like to say at mojoacademy.org, there is a book here that will change your life. And they're not all books that I've written. There's a lot of them are books that were forgotten, neglected, or as Edgar Allan Poe once referred to them as quaint and curious volumes of forgotten lore. And you can do that at mojoacademy.org. Magic-works.com, magick-works.com is my website with 106 pages of all kinds of information and free stuff and things to do and all of that. So I am going to bid farewell now and remind you once again that who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become, well, that's your gift back to the universe. Bye-bye now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day, as usual, as a Wednesday. And happy full moon, blue moon, super moon day. So we are in this crazy energy, and I'm super excited for today and how these readings go, especially with how incredible that this super blue moon can be, especially for people that are sensitive, psychic mediums, readers, and such. So anyhow, I am your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. And I'll tell you what, my friends, you're in for a great night. So hopefully you're out there listening and feeling all this beautiful energy. And hopefully you're doing some moon work tonight. I know I will be doing a little bit, but mostly will be tomorrow night. I teach a class and taking my class to do some full moon work. And we'll make some moon water and our crystals and our stones and our cards and all that good stuff out to really absorb all that beautiful supermoon energy. So, if you can get the chance, I highly recommend going outside and checking it out. Hopefully, wherever you are in this beautiful world here, that you're able to get to experience this blue moon because just like the saying, once in a blue moon, same thing, once in a blue moon. This doesn't happen very often. I think when I believe it said every 7 years or so. So it's not common, right? But boy, take advantage of it. Also, I read that the planet Saturn is also going to be closer. And due to that, if you have a really good, telescope, then you're able to see Saturn's rings, which is amazing. So, um, anyhow, yeah, the energy is insane. We have 7 planets that are in retrograde. So if you all are feeling a little bit kind of off and a little out of sorts, or you feel like you're just, you know, uh, it's just anxiety, if things just feel like they're just a little overwhelming, um, just know that you're not alone. There are many, including myself, really feeling this retrograde, really feeling all of these planets that are in retrograde. So, also in combination with that, with this blue moon. So, lots of crazy energy. But the most important thing to remember during this time is to keep yourself grounded. Go outside, take your shoes and socks off, your feet in the dirt, in the if you have rivers, lakes, even better, the ocean, if you're near the ocean, and just get yourself connected to Gaia, just Mother Earth, or to the universe, and just, you know, uh, give back all the things that are no longer serving you. Give that back to Gaia, to Mother Earth, and she and the universe will work together, recycle all that energy, bring it back to you as good love and light and good energy. So it can actually be a great time to really start to think about the things that you want to change in your life and what you want to manifest, and then come September 15th, hit the ground running. You know, so take advantage of a little bit of rest time, as I say. Okay, all right. So I pulled our affirmation for today, and I think this one is actually really beautiful. It's a bit of a longer affirmation. So the affirmation for this week says, I don't compare myself to others because I am not meant to be a copy of anyone else. I was born to be me, an original, one of a kind. I am happy to be me. And I think that I hope resonates with a lot of you that may be struggling with, being different and not fitting in the kind of the quote unquote normal, But who wants to be normal, right? Who wants to be normal? We all kind of want to be original and different. So I know I am. So what I do is not exactly looked at as completely normal, but I love it and I embrace and love my gifts. And um, I know that this is my purpose. So if I'm considered to be weird and different, then I'll gladly take it. Okay, all right, guys. Well, speaking of my gifts and sharing, I'm about ready to take my first caller. And this is Erica from New York. Hi, Erica. This is the mini medium. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm so good. So good. Are you feeling all this great new or full moon,
Uh,
super moon energy?
Absolutely. I actually have my moon in Virgo and I'm a Pisces,
Ah,
so I'm absolutely just a bit overwhelmed. Like my body's just been so exhausted the whole day, and I've just been crying since yesterday, crying today. A lot of
oh,
purging going on.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. Well, and just being that you are, the Virgo and the Pisces connection, I mean, that's huge for you. And like I was
Yeah.
saying a minute ago, it but it's nice to have an kind of an excuse, right? I
Uh-huh.
mean, I
It's
I
nice
always
to
feel
make
that
sense
way.
of it. It's nice to be like, well, I
Exactly.
have an excuse, so that's why.
Exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
I have a sign. I have a sign in my studio that says I blame it on the moon, and so I, you know,
Yeah,
and that's my
yeah, me
story.
too. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Exactly.
uh,
Exactly. Well, how can I help you tonight, hon?
so I'm in a very new place in my life for the better, and I'm currently still living with a situationship. Is the best way to describe it. It's been I believe he's my twin, so I believe that it's one of the reasons it's been so hard for me to let him go. Um, and because I'm transitioning into the new phase of my life, I'm like, okay, I'm here. I'm trying to get over him, but I see him every day and I'm healing. But I'm like, I would really like to move ASAP. Um, and
Mm,
so I'm just wondering, like, when I'll be able, when are my finances going to start coming in? I'm a former dancer, and I'm just starting over, so
yeah,
everything feels a bit in the limbo right now.
sure, sure. Yeah, and okay. No, I love, I mean, I don't love that you're in a weird space, but I love just the fact that you're so mindful of this new
Very,
journey. Uh, right. And all
very.
seriously, yeah, and for you, Erica, honestly, that is a huge step. Huge. And once you're able to recognize and be mindful that for one, that you needed to start a new path, a new life, that for me is that huge spiritual awakening. And that really is what you're going through,
Absolutely.
right?
Yes, big
And
time.
it's beautiful. And I can even feel your energy. The minute that even before I heard your voice, that's why I was mentioning how this, the retrogrades and the moon right now and everything was causing people to kind of feel very anxious and just like
Yeah.
that itch for change right now, right? Just
Yeah.
it, that itch that you can't scratch, you know. Um, it,
Yeah.
but but I'll tell you, I really the way I do my readings is really trusting in my gifts, and I'll connect into my clairvoyancy, claircognizant. What am I seeing either now or into the future? Clairsentient will kick in, and I'll feel what you're going through, and so it kind of just to go to the first thing you mentioned was the situationship, which I laugh so hard at that word. I I'm almost 50. I I'm almost 50 years old, and I had a client come in that was probably in her, I'd say early 20s, and she said the
Yeah.
same. I had never heard that word before.
No, it's a new one. It's a new one. They're gonna have to
It
add it
is.
to the Webster dictionary.
Yeah. Yeah, the Urban Dictionary is gonna be that's
Oh
gotta be
yeah,
in there.
yeah.
And yeah. I love
Yup.
it. I love it. So, but even just with your situationship right now, um, I agree with you. I'll tell you, I do feel he's a twin flame, as I'm seeing it.
Yeah.
Now, twin flames, they are I've done this 27 years, and in my experience and how I truly feel, twin flames
Uh-huh.
are what I call your karmic lessons. And,
Right.
and karma is good and karma can be bad. Um, so
Mhm.
I really feel, I do agree with you, hon. I feel he's the twin flame. I do feel this is a karmic lesson. I do feel that you will always have him in your life, this person in your life.
Mhm.
Um, and that's hard because it's a continuous trigger, and it's hard to, right?
The
And it's
connection is
hard,
extremely strong.
yeah, oh, for
It,
sure. And
it's like
that's
no other.
right,
And
right. And
unfortunately, he's in denial about it.
absolutely. And that's a typical twin flame. That's, because one of you usually is vibrating at a higher level than the other.
Right.
So your frequencies are so far apart that he
Mhm.
just is not understanding and connecting with you. And I mean, I can't say that you know, I can't say it's a bad thing for him. It's just this is not his path. This is not what he's, connecting with. And so, again, yes, the energy is intense. The relationship, the physical part of it, the emotional, the
Yeah.
mental, the soulful. So I feel as far as that goes, I would say that you know your your decision, obviously you have free will choice, um, but I really do feel that the next step is for you uh, to really come to terms, I guess, if you will, that this is
Yeah.
never going to really work out, because
Mhm.
I worry if you put any more time and energy and effort into this, that it's going to possibly delay your opportunity to meet your person. And I
Right.
don't want to see that happen for you. So um you know sometimes this is the universe sending these little roadblocks, and wanting to see how you respond and react to them. So, and I feel like you're doing amazing, by the way. I really feel that I see that you're making these huge changes and evolving, and I don't want to see this delay it, you know. So,
Right.
uh,
Yeah.
I,
I, I,
and
de- I
I know you,
definitely, yeah, I've definitely suffered because of this connection. Although
so,
it's like I've had to transform from a cold to a diamond, and I had to really start implementing all sorts of wisdom. It's
sure,
like I feel almost as if I've entered a different dimension.
absolutely you
Um,
have.
yeah,
Absolutely. And that is a spiritual ascension, right? That's spiritual awakening. You're connecting with your highest self, and it's uncomfortable because it's unknown territory. And so it's hard, but it's also your beautiful intuition, which I know you have an amazing connection with your intuition. Your intuition is telling you that this is not the right one, but that beautiful
yeah,
heart chakra is going, but wait, it feels right. So
yeah,
it's hard. It is. And, I know I have another caller waiting for me, hun, but I do know that some things too, when you mentioned about moving, I think you said moving,
mhm,
you're looking at wanting to move ASAP. Is that right?
yeah, yeah,
Okay, so I'll tell you, I pulled a few cards because I'll use my tarot once in a while as kind of a guide, and see how it connects with my intuition and my visions. And um, one of the cards you pulled, it's the wheel card, and the wheel card, especially the one that I have, and I'll show it on my on the live here, so people, if you go and watch the video, but um, the will card, she's standing on top of a compass, and then she's doing a kind of a yoga pose, and then she's balancing the light and the dark in her life. And that compass is your internal compass. So, what it's saying is that you are finding that balance between your light and dark. You're finding your internal compass. And this all comes together with you having these big changes coming. And I'll tell you, I really feel this is, boy, this is coming in the next 4 months. So I would watch for by the end of the year, seeing these changes coming. And I'll tell you, I see you moving out of state. I'll throw that out there too. I don't feel like you're going to stay completely where you're at. Um, so,
Okay.
keep that in mind, my friend. And, I've got to take my other caller, but I do have tonight on my Facebook page on the mini medium. I do free readings tonight from 7:30 to about 9:30, 10 o'clock. Feel free to hop on, and I'd be happy to continue this for you. Okay, if you're available.
Okay. Where is it on this page?
Yeah, it's on my Facebook page. It's mini medium, just
Oh,
like my show. Uh-huh. Yeah, if you
okay.
have Facebook. Um, and
Yeah.
if you go to the page, you'll see the live event at 7:30, and you just hit join and come in, and we have such a fun group on there. So let me know
Okay.
when you
Yeah,
hop
that would
on,
be
say who you
great.
are. Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
All
because
right.
it's actually 8:18 where I'm at.
Yeah. So it'll be 9:30 your time. It'll be
Okay,
9:30 your time.
9:30
So
my time.
yeah, might be a little bit late, but I mean, if you're up, hop on, and I'm
The
happy to
full
see if
moon,
we
I
can
can't
continue.
sleep.
Yeah,
I this
especially with this
moon.
full moon. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. All right, my friend. Well, I hope that helped you a little bit, and please feel free to hop on there or go on to my website is also it's mini-medium.com, and hop on there and message me too if you'd like.
Yeah, I will.
Okay. All
Thank
right. Thank you
you.
so much, Erica. Have a wonderful night, hon.
Okay, you too.
Okay. All right. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. All right. All right. Perfect. All right. We got a little bit of time for my next caller, and I missed the name. For oh, hi, Courtney in Terre Haute, Indiana. How are
Yes,
you?
hi. I'm good. How are you?
Hi. Good. Good. This is the mini medium. How can I help you tonight?
Um, well, I don't know if this is like the sort of thing that you do. I know there's, different areas of, uh mediumship and all that, but I have gone through a lot in life right now, and my father passed away a couple of years ago, and he was my best friend. He was my rock. Like, no matter what issues I had in life, he always had every answer to them. And I really would love to get if there was like anybody that could connect to him and see if there's anything he wants to say to me. Maybe some guidance on the decisions that I'm facing in life right now. I'm completely lost.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay, my friend. Okay. Yeah, no, I can absolutely see if I can see if we get any connection, maybe with dad, or at least give you a little bit of guidance here. And I know these calls are so short, but let's see if I can't pick up on anything. And first of all, I'm very sorry for your loss. I lost my dad 7 years ago, and it's hard. It's been hard. So I my heart goes out to you, my friend. Um,
It was really rough. He died in November of 2020, and then of December of
mm,
2020, my grandfather passed away. And so the
oh
like the
wow,
two most important men in my life were gone just in a matter of a month of time. It was crazy.
yeah. It's I doubt it just seems like I mean, not to sound insensitive in any way, but when they say it comes in threes, it kind of does,
Absolutely.
and
There was
yeah, it's
there was a there was a third one. My ex-husband's grandmother passed away in February of
mm,
2021. So my children lost three
wow.
grandparents in that short span.
Oh,
Yeah.
so hard. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness. Well, let's see if we can't get some connections. And so I do a lot of automated writing, so I'm just kind of scribbling and getting out the energy. And so let me a couple things that are coming through now. Just um, I get numbers very often, and I've done mediumship for 27 years, so I always trust and rely on whatever it is I get, that it will connect with somebody. Because after my podcast, I do a Facebook event, and
Uh
that's
huh.
here in about an hour. So if you're on Facebook and you want to go to it's mini medium, just like my show on Facebook, I do free readings tonight for a couple hours. So if our
Okay.
call gets cut short, then just but it is 9:30 Eastern, and then it would be 6:30 Pacific time. So that
Okay.
might help you there. But so first of all, I I kept getting the number 86, and 86 being the age of 86. The way I connect to numbers too, this can be August 6th. Um,
Yeah.
so do you connect with that number with any of your loved ones that have passed?
My grandfather was 86 when he passed away.
Okay. All right, my friend. Well, your grandfather is here. uh, this is how this is how they come through. So and was this grandfather? Is this your dad's dad?
No, it's my mother's dad.
This is mine. Okay. Well, that could make sense why I'm just connecting with your grandfather at the moment, and he wasn't validating at this moment that he's uh, with your dad. Which, if it's mom's side, that could be why. Um, and the other thing I was getting as well, I kept getting one syllable T name like Tim, Tom, Ted. Uh, do you connect with that name?
I'm sorry. What did you say?
The one syllable T name, like Tom, Ted, Tim.
Bill.
One. Who is that?
Bill. Bill was his name was Bill.
Okay, so just the one, and that was your grandfather.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. I just heard him say it's Bill, and he was very adamant it's not William, but he liked Bill. I heard
Yes.
do not call
Yes.
him William.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's absolutely right.
Perfect. Okay. Your grandfather comes through in such a fun kind of jovial way. I don't know how to explain it other than that. Um, but I'll tell you, he also, do you remember the movie Grumpy Old Men? Did you ever see
Yeah,
that movie?
that you are right. Yes, 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 absolutely.
Yep.
You are
This is
right
your
on
grandfather.
it. Yes, that's
uh,
him.
100%. And he's just wanting to validate that, that he knows he was that way. But I'll tell you, he has such a beautiful soul. He's
Yes,
very, he would take, and give the shirt off his back and not even think
absolutely.
twice. Yeah. So, he wants to be remembered that way. Um, he does say that, um, okay, okay. Do you connect with the name? I just heard now. I heard, um, is this one? Yeah. I'm getting the J, but George or John. I know George is not a J, but I can hear like George or John, just one syllable.
Where's
Do you
it
connect
John?
with that name
That
right away?
well, my grandmother's dad who was his wife, her dad's name was Dawn.
Okay, okay. And has he passed?
Yes.
Okay, okay. All right. And this could just be validation of him being with them and just kind of popping in saying, I'm at peace. So, well, your grandfather's getting a little talkative. um, he's he's very quiet though. Um, okay,
Yes.
he's a quiet man. Did he smoke cigars or cigarettes?
He smoked cigarettes for a lot of his life, and then he had a heart attack and stopped smoking.
Okay, okay. All right. Well, and because I can smell the cigarette smoke, which sometimes is their sign, of how they passed or what contributed. Um, no, I've got about 45 seconds or so of your reading, but let me throw this out there for you. Um, I Your grandfather's bringing in a whole lot, and I knew this was going to happen with the veil being so thin today with the full moon. If you are awake and and available here in about an hour on my Facebook page, it's under Mini Medium. Hop on there.
Okay.
I do free readings tonight at 7:30 Mountain Time, 9:30 Eastern, and let me know who you are, and I would be so happy to continue this reading for you.
Okay, I'll do that.
Hey, all right, my friend. Well, thank you for calling. I hope just this little bit gives you some peace, and I hope to see you on my live.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. You're welcome. Bye-bye. All right. Okay, perfect, guys. I know these nights go by fast, like I say, but please go to my website, mini-medium.com, or to my Facebook, Mini Medium, and I'll see you guys next week. Bye, guys.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Psychic Paths
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am Suzanne, and I am your host for a little bit. So, I am a clairvoyant, which means I see past, present, and future, and I'm a light trance medium. I am here every Wednesday and it's live free reading. So call in. I mean, this is really great. So tonight we have a super moon. It's a blue moon, and I don't want to talk too much about it, but it's a very emotional moon. It'll be in Pisces tonight. And the reason it's a super moon is because it's the second moon in the same month, the second full moon in the same month. So it's in Pisces, which means it's very emotional. And I believe that there will be a great deal of healing for the masses. Um, I just, I just think that sometimes we need to be connected to our emotions, whether we like it or not. The ones that we try to hide away from our shadow emotions. Sometimes we really do need to connect to those and to process those feelings and to Stephanie in Springfield, Massachusetts. Hello, Stephanie.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you tonight?
I'm okay, just getting the kids ready for back to school tomorrow.
Oh my goodness, that's early. I'm so used to
Yeah.
after Labor Day. So
Oh, I wish.
I
Yeah, I wish.
I hope they have a wonderful year.
Thank you. Me too.
So I was saying, and I wanted to finish it, but I wanted to connect with you too. Um, Tears are our cleansing for tomorrow's laughter. And so we need those. So everyone remember that no matter how emotional we are with the supermoon, it's a healing for us. And the universe is always working in our benefit. Okay, Stephanie. So how can I help with tonight?
Anything that comes through, nothing too specific. I've had a very spiritual week, starting this weekend. Just
Okay.
looking for anything that might come through.
Okay, hang on a second.
Hmm.
I feel like Spirit is trying to tell me that you're trying to build on something. Are you
Hmm.
trying to build something um, that's already, but you want to build it better or more? Because I feel like they're saying,
100%.
okay. Um, so Spirit is also telling me with this that you would like to be super independent with it. That somehow it's you're the one with the blueprint. You're the one that wants to get it done. Um, so spirit very quietly is trying to tell me that you are don't have to do it alone. Maybe you have to do the things that are in your area, but you're not alone. Spirit is with you, and spirit is telling me that there are plenty of people around who are there to support you, and not to forget that while you're building, because I feel like you have a very independent streak. That's what I'm getting. Um,
Hmm.
they do tell me that you would be considered an A personality. Uh, you don't like making mistakes. You want it done the first time right. Um, and so this is what they're telling me. And it will be successful. I feel like it will really bloom. And I feel like it's something that comes from your heart, a heart situation. Um,
Hmm.
have you been studying? Because they're showing me also you researching or gaining information. And I don't know if those two are separate or if they're connected. But I feel like you feel you're having a thirst for knowledge, a thirst to know is what I'm getting.
Mhm.
And they're telling me that they want that. Your spirit guides want that. And so what they're going to do and what I think they're starting to do is to give you the information you seek. There's a lot of things that bring you joy when you find something that fits your thoughts, fits your feelings, and somehow fits your life is what I'm getting. Does that help?
I mean, yeah, that definitely that's spot on what is currently going on. So that definitely makes sense.
I feel from what Spirit said too is that you have felt at times in your life like you were in the dark. Somehow you were blocked or unable to grow. I just feel like it's made you more thirsty for knowledge. And I have to give it to you because Spirit is telling me that one of the main things that pull you forward is that you do want to be a better person. You want to be a better person than you were yesterday. And I just gave you kudos for that because that's going to just open a lot of doors for you. That's success right there for you, that you're doing it with a clear intention. Um, is there a very important male in your life that has passed? Because there's someone
Yeah.
that's behind you and he seems to be an authority figure in your life, but he's kind of there to guide you and he feels like a protector.
Mhm. Yeah.
He has a very wacky energy. He's not he doesn't fit the square mold. He's very unique energy is what I'm getting. Very loving.
He's always hard to come. Yeah, no, I get it.
Um
Like,
but he loves you and he's protecting you. And that will go on. You don't have to worry about being alone as far as he's concerned because he's just a minute away from you, a second away. Um,
mhm.
as you're going to have, I feel like you're going to have a lot on your plate. I don't think that you're volunteering everywhere, but I feel like things need to be done and you're going to do them while you're on your spiritual journey. I think this is a big spiritual journey for you, but somebody's birthday is coming up, is what I get. And
Mhm.
family things are going to be going on. And so you're going to have to balance your thirst for spiritual knowledge and your family, if that makes sense. And
Mhm.
it may take a schedule or something to get that time
Mhm.
in. I feel like you need alone time. I don't know why, but I
Yeah,
feel like you need peace.
that's hard. Yeah.
And so I hope that you can schedule that in because it's very, very important for quiet and silence and solitude in order to hear your guide, to hear the truth. Because when we're so busy and we have
Mhm.
so many things on our mind and our attention, we sometimes have trouble hearing our voice of our guide. Do you know what I mean? But
Mhm. Mhm.
I feel like yours is really strong. Um, and you go with it when it's really strong. Like when they say don't
Mhm.
go into a room, you don't go into that room.
Mhm.
So I feel like you're very sensitive, which is good.
I definitely I do. And my birthday is coming up, and so is my son. So September
Oh, happy
13th and his the
birthday.
15th. Thank you.
Is
So
yeah,
for sure.
wonderful. Um, Spirit is saying you have a question, but that's as far as they go. What is the
I have
question
so
that
many.
is, huh?
I have so many. I just want to make sure I'm doing the right thing. Like you said, like I always want to be better today than yesterday, be better tomorrow than today. And I am on a very big spiritual journey right now. And my grandfather I know is with me, and that's where it
Okay,
comes from. I just want to, yeah.
I feel like everything is going to go your way. This is a very good supermoon to manifest. Miracles are happening this month. So if you know how to manifest, this is a great time to manifest your wishes. Nobody's perfect, but you're close. But Spirit said that when you make a mistake, it's not your fault. It's because you need to be more grounded and in the here and now and present when you do make those mistakes. So don't be hard on yourself. You have to be present sometimes. And when you do make a mistake, it's because you weren't present. And a lot of that has to do with everything going on. Like I said, it's very hard to listen to your guys when you got so many things to do and so many people pulling at you and your attention. But I just feel like everything is going to go really, really well. This is your year. And I feel like you've struggled and you've suffered through the things that you've been through this, I'd say, last 6 months. So I just feel everything.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Maria Leggett's Medium Show with Maria Leggett. Live from MariaLeggett.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Maria Leggett's Medium Show
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everybody. I am Reverend Maria Leggett, and I am so excited to be on here tonight. Let's talk about the energy that we're in right now. I mean, this is really crazy. We have 6 planets that are retrograde right now. We have one that's getting ready to leave retrograde, and we have another one that's coming in. Jupiter will go retrograde September 5th. And so we have Mercury retrograde, which is really messing with everybody's communication, and it's, all the things that are happening In fact, right before I logged in, it was, oh, your password is wrong. You need to change it. I'm like, wait a minute, what? And so, because of all these retrograde things that we have going on, we also have Neptune in retrograde, and Neptune is water, right? Poseidon and water. Water is all about emotions. So if you are like so many other of my clients are dealing with tons of emotions where they're all over the place, this is going to be why your emotions are all over the place. Because astrologically, things are just all fakakta. And so, what you can do is you can look at the 6 planets that are in retrograde and you can see where they are in your chart. And when you do that, you're going to see what house they're messing with and what's happening. And at that point, you're going to know what is affected and what's going on. And so I just want to make sure that everybody knows this is what's going on and you are not crazy. I have lots of clients who talk to me today. I'm crying for no reason. I don't understand. This is why. And so just kind of bear with this energy until it's over and go within and seek the things that you need to seek, release, let go, because it's time for us to stop holding on to things. So I just want to say many blessings to everybody who is watching. And I would like to welcome Catherine to the show. Hello, Catherine. How are you?
Hi, Maria. I'm well. How are you, ma'am?
I am doing very well. How may I be of service to you this evening?
I'd like a little guidance, really particularly like 3 specific areas. I just recently got hospitalized for almost 3 months. I'm out of the hospital. I'm dead broke. I have so many bills and no money to pay them with. So I don't see any money coming my way. And then with regard to my job, I need to find a job pretty soon here. I'm curious about what my income, where it will come from, such a steady source.
Yep. Totally understand. So one of the things that Spirit is showing me is for you, Catherine, it's going to be really important that you sit down and start doing some of the busy work. And I call it busy work because it's stuff that nobody likes to do. It's like calling the places to say, okay, look, this is where I'm at. This is what's happening. Can you work with me? And that's going to show Spirit that you're trying to step into that energy of helping yourself and making sure that you can try to get things in order. And they're also showing to not limit yourself in the type of jobs that you're looking for. Instead of saying, you know, this is what I prefer to do, Spirit is saying, at this point, we need to be able to bring in a paycheck so we can pay the bills, because they're showing me that there's not unemployment or something coming in to help you with this stuff. And so that being able to take a job, regardless of what it is going to help you to at least establish I have an income coming in so that you can get on a payment plan and do the things that you needed to for all of the bills coming in. Does that make sense to you?
It does, yes.
And they're also asking right now for you to, it's funny because I like felt all in a rush to say all of that. And so now they're saying, okay, it's time to pause and take a breath, because they're talking to me about you sitting in this overwhelm of I have all the things are running through my mind, and what about this and what about that? And Spirit says we want you just to be able to take a step back and write down all the things that you need to handle, write down all the things so that you can look at them and not miss something. Because they're showing me that you have a tendency sometimes to go like really headstrong into something and you don't like double check stuff, so you can miss some of the important stuff and go, oh my God, I missed this. Does that make sense?
It does. My partner always says I go 100 miles an hour with my hair on fire. I'm like, go, go, go.
Yeah. And so it's going to be really important that you start writing things out so you can keep track of, this is a phone call I've made. This is what's due. Here are the dates when things are due. And that's going to help you to say to Spirit, okay, look, I need you to bring in this in order to meet this, in order to meet this. And it's also going to give you an opportunity to know who I need to call first to say, let's make payment arrangements. Let's get this done. Let's get that done. They're also showing me that somewhere in like the next 6 months that there might be a move for you, and just to be prepared for that. And in that move, it's time for you to start looking at what are the things that I need to start paring down in the house, because it's, you know, I have all these things that I love and I want this and I want that, and some of the things you can actually let go of because you can sell them to help bring in some money to help pay for things, so that you don't have to have this big overwhelm of, oh my gosh, you know, I've got $980 worth of stuff due right now and I've got like 560. And so you can start to sell some things to let that money start to come in so that you can let go of the angst and be able to sit and breathe and go, okay, I can do this. And then also finding out if there are things that you can do with friends who may own businesses or who may be, part of businesses to say, okay, look, this is what I need. Can we barter somehow for some of the things that you're going to need? It is a sad state to me that in the States, we have forgotten that, the United States started on the bartering system. It was, you do this for me, I'll do that for you. And sometimes we really need to step back into that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
And I don't know why this is important, but Spirit's telling me to tell you that your dog is going to be absolutely fine and you don't need to worry about it. I don't know why that's important, but I'll just share that with you. I'm sorry?
Should be fine. I misheard. Did you say the dog or the dog?
The dog, Dog, dog.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening with the dog, but they're telling me to tell you that everything's going to be fine with the dog, not to worry about that. And just to literally like broaden your horizons, open yourself up, because they're showing me that you're the only thing that has been stopping you from earning more money than what you want to earn. And that you stopping it means that you don't necessarily believe that you can do other things when you have such wonderful potential. And it's time for you to start stepping into that potential of what you can do going forward. So yes, you can get the job for now that's going to start paying some bills, but they also want you to look at, are there schools and things that you can go to that you can either get a grant for the education to pay for it, or that you can say, do you have a hardship fund or a grant or something that I can do that will help me, because I really feel like this is what I'm supposed to do. And you're going to be able to help more people that way, because they're showing me that you like to be of service to people, but you're not sure how to make money at doing it. Does that make sense?
It does.
And so that's really what they're asking you to do, is to ask, because what's the worst thing you hear? No. You just keep going and ask again. Don't limit yourself. Just because one person says no doesn't mean that the second person will say no, doesn't mean that the third person will say no. You just have to show Spirit that you're not going to give in, because they're showing it to me as though there are times when you can be really frustrated. You kind of just throw your hands up and go, that's it, I can't do this. And they're saying that it's going to be really helpful for you not to do that this time, so that you can sit back and breathe and go, you know what, Spirit, I know you've got my back. I know you're going to be here with me. God's never let me down before. I know you're not going to let me down now. And move forward in that energy of, I believe, so I achieve. Does that make sense?
I love that. Yeah, I've never heard that before. I believe so I achieve. That's great. So
Yeah.
true.
Yes, I believe, so I achieve. So it's, and right now, especially because we're in this blue super moon, this is the time to manifest. This is a time when you sit there and say, okay, here's my big dream. This is what I see. And you don't ask for it, Catherine. What you do is you say, thank you for giving me this big, huge dream. And you just keep saying thank you every single day, because as you say thank you, what you're doing is you're telling the other side and your spirit team, this is already done. So I'm saying thank you. And they're like, oh, we need to get on the ball and start bringing her all these things. So manifesting happens much better without asking. It's just saying thank you. Does that make sense?
Thank you in advance. Because I know it's coming my way. Thank you in advance.
Yes.
Yes, that makes sense.
Yes.
For sure.
Yes, because you know that it's coming. So it's just saying thank you. And I mean, it's the same way that I've had to run my business, right? Earlier this year, things were slow. And so I just started going to bed every night and saying, thank you, Spirit, for booking out my schedule. Thank you, Spirit, for booking out my schedule. Thank you for selling out my classes. And sure enough, my schedule is now sold out and my classes are beginning to sell more. And it's just because I said thank you for it. And I believed that it was coming. So it took a little while, but it's here. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. The more I'm grateful for, the more I'm provided with.
Yes. And because when we sit there and we go, oh my God, I don't have this and I don't have that, then we're putting that vibration out into the world, which is that law of attraction, right? If I don't believe I have it, then I don't. And we don't want to do that anymore. We want to be fully abundant, and we want to know, hey, listen, I've got this much money in savings, or at least I have enough to pay my monthly bills. It's not like you're asking for, $35,000 in the bank. You just want to make sure that you can make your bills every month and you can keep the car and do all the things. And Spirit is saying, we will bring all of that to you. We just need you to trust and believe.
Okay. I like that. It's awesome. Thank you so
Awesome.
much. That makes a lot of sense.
Oh, thank you so much, Catherine. I really appreciate you. I hope you have a wonderful evening.
You as well. Have a blessed night. Thank you for your wonderful guidance.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much to everybody who showed up this evening. I am so grateful for all of you. I cannot wait to see you again next week on Wednesday at 8:45. And hopefully the energy feels much better than it does right now. We have like 2 more weeks of Mercury retrograde and then we're done. So if you'd like to book a reading with me, go to marialeggett.com and I would love to see you in a one-on-one reading. Thank you so much.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons.
Perry Lyons.
Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.wixsite.com/Perry Lyons.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is New York City Celebrity Psychic
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, darlings. Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic. I have no makeup on today, and I'm in a totally different environment because I saw a great Broadway show last night. Shout out to my friends Scotty and Jim, who got us tickets. But it was called Some Like It Hot, based on the Marilyn Monroe movie, and it was wonderful. So, but I do not have a lick of makeup on, and I'm at a girlfriend's house in Brooklyn because we went to Sardi's to celebrate afterwards, and I'm not as young as I used to be. Anyway, Hi, I'm Perry Lyons, New York City celebrity psychic. I'm here for you every Wednesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV. We are happy and proud to be the largest metaphysical network in the world and most successful. What else can I tell you? It's just great to see. It's great to see a show last night. It was also great because I don't think I talked much about my background here, but what I will say is I'm from about 90 years. I'm not 90 years old, obviously, but my grandfather first hit Broadway show that he wrote premiered at the theater that I saw Some Like It Hot at last night. My grandfather wrote a play called Sailor Beware, which if you've ever seen Anchors Away or the Jerry Lewis and Dean Martin movie Sailor Beware, or essentially any like two sailors on the town movie. It's based on my grandfather's play. Lindsay in Nashua, New Hampshire will be with you in about 5 minutes. I just want to do the tarot psychic weather. What I'd like you to do, and what I'd like everybody to do until then, is my darling Lindsay. And I have so many relatives in Nashua. But I do. I love New Hampshire. Live free or die.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yes, absolutely.
For the rest of us non-New Hampshire people, that's what it says on the New Hampshire license plates, because New Hampshire is where all the like original American patriots came from. My darling Lindsay, what a beautiful name too.
Yeah.
What I'd like you to do is breathe in deeply and then breathe out like through pursed lips, like you're blowing out a birthday candle until we talk. Because what that does is it stimulates what's called the vagus nerve. Not the vagus nerve. The vagus nerve is one that the Las Vegas nerve is where you wake up in a strange hotel room with a bunch of sex workers. But
yep.
But enough about my personal life. Okay, my darling Lindsay, I can already tell I just adore your energy. So
Thank you.
Quickly, oh, my pleasure. Thank you. I'm just going to quickly do the psychic tarot. My producer just put something up on the screen that said, "What happens in the vagus nerve stays in the vagus nerve."
Stays in the vagus nerve.
His name is Dave Solomon, and he is so awesome. And luckily for all of us, he's married to the most beautiful woman in the world, Constance Solomon. Okay,
yeah,
so
everybody needs people around like that.
Oh yeah, totally. Oh, we're gonna have such a good time. All right, my loves, I'm just gonna quickly do the psychic tarot weather. I did the cards beforehand, and I unfortunately left the tarot cards at the last place I was staying. It's been a little bit of a martini ridden last night. But here are the cards I got for the week starting today. This is and Lindsay, we're going to do your one-on-one reading after this, but this is for all of us out there. And one reason I'm a little loopy today is because I'm a Pisces. Well, that's pretty much my excuse for that's my excuse for everything. But there's a blue moon, there's a super blue moon in Pisces tonight, which only happens about once every 10 years. And if you happen to be Pisces, Lindsay, I don't think you're a Pisces. You're not.
No, I'm definitely not a Pisces. I'm a
you're
Sagittarius.
definitely not a Pisces. You're Sagittarius or Aquarius?
Yes.
What did you say?
Sagittarius.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I have Sag rising, so I feel you, baby. Okay. So for everybody out there who is a Pisces, babies, it's a great night to just go crazy. Go crazy, baby. Because here's the thing. There's a wonderful astrology. Sorry, I know how to say it. I do. It's some martinis from last night. There's a wonderful astrology book called Secrets from a Stargazer's Notebook by a woman named Debbie Kempton Smith. And in this book, Debbie, who is wonderful, explains that if you happen to follow like what your moon is in, and Lindsay, I'm going to say I think you probably have like either a Leo or a Virgo moon. I might be wrong.
Yeah,
But,
I am.
yeah. So the day that the moon is in your sun sign, I'm not being very clear here. So today, Pisces moon is in my sun sign, Pisces, which is also my Mercury and Mars and everything else. So if you're Pisces and the moon is in Pisces, it's what we call a green light day. It means everything goes your way. And a little less for your moon sign and your Sag sign. If you have a Leo moon and the moon today is in Leo, it's going to be a really good day for you. If you have Sag rising like I do, and Lindsay, you're a Sag sun.
Yep,
if the moon is in Sag that day, it's a good day for you. Now, if the moon is in the opposite sign from your sun sign, so for me, I'm a Pisces, so the opposite sign is Virgo. Lindsay, you're a Sag, so the opposite sign is Gemini. If there's a full moon, which only happens once a year, if there's a full moon in your opposite sign, so for Lindsay, a full moon in Gemini would be a day that you should probably stay in bed, curled into a fetal position with like sacred lighted candles around you.
Yeah,
the day that,
I can tell why today.
yeah. And the day in any month when the moon is in, for instance, for you, a Sagittarius, Gemini, or for me, Virgo, it's what's called a red light day. So don't take any big risks. Try not to go outside. Just stay home and drink. No, I'm just kidding. But but I remember last year when there was a full moon in Virgo, which only happens once a year. I lost somebody very close to me. So it's a big thing. But so if you're Pisces, it's a super blue full moon, which is why last night I got free theater tickets from my friends and had a great time. And when I got fabulous guests such as Lindsay today. And so now I'm going to quickly do the tarot psychic weather for the week. And then we're going to read for Lindsay because she's awesome. Everybody calls in here. I get the coolest people. I don't know why. It's just how it is. And forgive me for not having any makeup on. So the first card I got for the beginning of this week is the Ace of Cups. That means that there's some sort of emotional healing, a beautiful, like you could fall in love. You could hear from a past love who you didn't think liked you at all, but actually really does. You could have this sudden like reinvention of ecstasy. Well, maybe ecstasy is too strong a word, but maybe not. Because the Ace of Cups, aces in tarot, as in poker, are very, very lucky. When you get an ace, it means it's the beginning, it's a step up, it's the beginning of a cycle of just magnificence. So the Ace of Cups, because cups in tarot represent love and emotions. So this applies especially if you're Pisces, Scorpio, or Cancer. It means that you might suddenly realize you're in love with your best friend, or boy, girl, llama, whatever. Although if you're in love with an actual llama, you might want to consult a physician before proceeding. Okay. So that's for the beginning of the week. The middle of this week, the card I got was the Knight of Wands. And the Knight of Wands is somebody under 45, usually male or with a very male energy, who's a Leo, Sagittarius, or Aries. And this person is going to have some sort of impact on your life. So if your boss is maybe a woman with a very strong sort of male energy, or a man who's a Leo, Sagittarius, or Aries, this is going to somehow impact your life. It's going to be a very good thing, be like that. And then the last card for the end of the week is it's the Eight of Cups, which is somebody who's walking away. He's wearing a bright red garment. Not my color, but hey, what the hell. And he's walking away from this pile of 8 golden cups. Why would he do that, you ask? Look, I got my nails done. How cool is that? Sorry. He would do that because the 8 golden cups represent something that looked good on paper. It looks like a big opportunity, but it's not going to work out so well. So even though everyone around him is saying like, oh, this is such a good opportunity, you should take it. Or, oh, this is so good for you, you should do this. But not doing it is what's going to enliven the guy on the tarot card's life. So even if it looks good on paper, even if it looks like a wonderful opportunity, it'll come back again because opportunity doesn't just knock, it knocks you over. So that's what's going on here. So there's your week for you. It's going to start out with a chance of real love. It in the middle, I totally forgot what the middle was. And oh, the Knight of Wands. So it's somebody with a very male energy of fire, Leo, Sagittarius, or Aries, or somebody with sort of knight in shining armor energy is going to come in and kind of, rescue you. We can all use rescuing occasionally, right? Yes, of course we can. And then the end of the week, which is next Monday through Wednesday, is walking away from something for your own good, even if it looks good on paper. Lindsay, my angel, are you still here, or have you fallen asleep from sheer boredom and frustration?
No, I'm here.
But
I'm here.
hooray! Okay, Mama, then I can tell you when your birthday. Are you December Sagittarius?
I am. Yes.
7th?
No.
Okay, that's
12.
okay. We can still be friends.
The 12.
I like to connect to
The
people
12.
with their birthday. So what day is your birthday? What day is your birthday, my angel?
The 12th. 12/12.
Oh, wow, that's so cool.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
I love same day birthdays. Okay.
Yeah.
Did you have a specific question, or? I think you do.
No, I think right now, I do, but it's like I kind of don't even know if I want to know that. So I think maybe I'll just do general.
I have very, very nice
throw
spirit
that at
guides.
me.
My spirit guide.
Huh?
Is it a romantic thing that you're asking about?
No.
Oh, I know. I was
Well,
just winking
that
for
was
no
that
reason
was on
there.
the back. There's always something going on in my life, so it's like, it's like 8 things at once. So it's like, yeah, it would have been my question like maybe 2 weeks ago.
Well, you're a Sagittarius.
Crazy.
Sagittariuses are like,
I know.
The world is mine. I'm going to do everything at once. Hooray! We love you for that.
I know, but I'm empathic,
right?
so it's like I do everything for everybody else.
Yes.
I'm
and
still
who
figuring
should
that
stop
out.
doing that? You should.
Me. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be nice? Hey, try being a Pisces with a Sag rising. I'm like, there's some days I can't even remember my own name. I'm so busy taking care of everybody else. So I think that's right. You know that feeling, right? Yes, you do. Yes,
I
you
just
do.
can't, I know the feeling of wanting to like be like, but it's like I can't. Sometimes I don't know. There's something else in me, or maybe my grandfather looking down, being like, "I'm watching you." I don't know.
So cute. I can't even take it. Oh my god. I don't know why I get the most amazing people on the planet calling into this show. It is such a blessing. All right, my angel.
Do you want me
to tell you what your question is?
Tell me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your question has to do. It feels to me like it has to do with life, purpose, and career. Is that correct?
It's definitely one of them that I have going on, right?
One of them.
But I have
Listen,
a lot
I'll give you
of
$20 to say it's right.
Yes.
I gotta look good here.
No, it has been.
Okay, what is your specific question?
Of what I'm going to supposed to do for life purpose. I feel like I'm almost there, but like something's in my way. Almost like I just stopped myself.
Welcome to the human race. Officially, that means you're a person. Because, there's that
my daughter just comes out here and burp. I'm on the radio, Kylie.
Right, exactly. that there's a Pink song that says, "Don't let me get me."
Yes, I love that song.
Pink is a genius. And I'm not just saying that
she
because I think
is.
I kind of look like her. But
Even better.
But "Don't Let Me Get Me" is like the anthem for the human race. Like, don't let me shoot myself in the foot. Not again. Please, God. No.
Yeah, that's what I do feel like that. Yes.
here's what my guides would like you to know. I've got like 5 spirit guides, and one of them is very short. Sorry, I just say that because it annoys them. What my guides are saying to me about you is that essentially what you need to know in the very core of your being, my darling Lindsay, in Nashua, New Hampshire, where all my Robinson relatives are. Hi, Robinsons. Okay, sorry. Is that so? If you ever meet anybody there whose last name is Robinson, they're my cousins. Okay, so
All right, awesome.
what my guys want you to know is that you can do anything you want. You're a very attractive person. I mean, obviously you have an incredibly attractive personality, but I can also see with my heart's eye that you're physically attractive. And people can say, "Oh, it's shallow to value that," but you are. And I've never thought I was pretty, and I still don't. But I get occasionally, I'll get a very nice person who's very hard of sight will say, "Oh, you're cute." We're not good judges of how we appear or how we appear to other people. What my guides would like you to know is that you can do anything you want. And I'm not saying that like, oh, you can do anything you want because of manifesting hashtag. It's like, screw that. I'm not screw that. Sorry. I believe in manifesting. Sarah Prout is an actual friend of mine. But she's got a great book. But for you, all of the things that you dream about doing, and I can't say this to many people, my darling Lindsay, are within your reach. I mean, I can say this to a lot of people, but I can mean it with you. Oh, that just sounded wrong. Yeah. I'm sorry.
No,
I think that you have a lot to do. You're such a people person. People meet you and they fall madly in love with you. I already have, and I'm straight. So, what does that tell you? Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
I expect you to send me flowers and chocolates tomorrow. But
absolutely.
Any job for you that involves you're a great connector. You connect people. You're probably a great matchmaker. I'm a terrible matchmaker, so I'm glad somebody's good at it. But you
and the middleman in the family fight.
Yeah, you're very good at that. Very good indeed.
Yeah.
And you're a great communicator. You're also anything to do with being in public. I mean, you could essentially do my job, except that I'm a world-class genius psychic. But you could do something very similar.
Yeah, I
to
need
this
to get
because
there. I can't hear guides like that. Like that's what I can't hear mine.
You can't hear. It took me years and years and years of practice and
I don't think I
working
can
for
slow
no
down
money.
enough. Yeah, I can't. I don't even know if I 100 miles an hour all the time. So it's I think it just challenges me to stop.
Google either transcendental meditation or Google SGI Buddhism. It's a form of SGI Buddhism. It's a form of meditation I do where you chant this phrase, Nam Myoho Renge Kyo. Say it with me. Nam. Say it.
Yep. Nam.
Nam. Myoho.
Nam.
Myoho. Renge.
Myoho. Renge.
Good. Then Renge Kyo. Kyo.
Renge Kyo.
Kyo.
Nam.
Myoho.
Renge Kyo.
Kyo. Nam Myoho Renge Kyo.
Myoho.
It's a It's a form. Perfect. It's a form of Buddhism. Like my woman who was my best friend for 20 years, this girl named Courtney Love. She used to be in music, I hear.
Like the original Courtney Love?
Yeah.
Like Kurt Cobain's
She's
Courtney
awesome.
Love? Oh my God, that's freaking amazing.
Oh, we were best friends for 20 years.
To me.
She's
that's awesome.
She is the most
I graduated
brilliant
in 2000,
and the kindest.
so she was huge. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right. She's awesome, and her daughter, Franny, is amazing. But Courtney actually taught.
Oh, is that?
Yeah. Who's possibly the most beautiful girl in the world, and this new album out. Anyway, so she taught me that. It's a form of chanting that leads to success. And the reason that she taught it to me is because, like you, and like her, my brain is always going.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Oh, I
Right.
can't wait to
So
try it then.
try,
Yeah.
try it. Just sit there for 15 minutes, write out your list of wishes. And you know what? This is for everybody out there because this really works. It really works because when I started doing it, I was living in a studio apartment with a bathroom in the hall, and I chanted to have. I wrote down what I wanted. I wanted an apartment in New York City with a fireplace, a dishwasher, a washer and dryer, which if you live in New York City is impossible. Um, and I wanted like the perfect boyfriend for me at that time who was like famous. And anyway, I chanted for this for 30 days. At the end of 30 days, I was living with a celebrity boyfriend in a duplex apartment in New York City with a fireplace, a dishwasher, a washer dryer, all of that. And it's a really great, it's a fantastic um, uh, chanting meditation for those of us whose brains do not slow down. So that would be you. You have the best year of your life ahead of you. And your life purpose has to do
Oh,
with
I
being the
can't
most
wait.
yourself you can possibly be. And one of the things, I went to go see this great show, Some Like It Hot, last night, and afterwards was chatting with the cast. And this wonderful woman who's in the ensemble, when I said, "What's the secret of success?" And she said, and I will mention her name in the next show. She said, "The secret of success is identify what you don't like about yourself and embrace it, because that is the most you." That makes sense?
Right. You're right. Yeah, it does make sense. Like your most
And
authentic self. Yeah.
she said, whatever you don't like about yourself, just go there and look at it full on and embrace it, because that's what people love about you. And that's what I want to say to you, because I almost never, the last person I said this to was about 5 years ago. And I'm not going to name drop and tell you who he was because I've done my name dropping for the program. But let's just say that now he's in Star Wars movies. Okay, it was 7, 8 years ago.
That's awesome.
You've got a really successful future ahead of you. You really do. And I'll also say that calling into this show for some reason is really good luck for people. I never believed that,
And when
but
I just
after
looked at the
5
clock,
years,
it was 9:22, and I always see 22. And it was just the one, like, is every time almost that I look at the clock, it's always whatever 22, whatever 22.
Oh my God.
And when I just came running through my kitchen, that's why the TV's so loud. Like, I was trying to run through. But right when I looked at it, it's so, yeah, that just lines up with synchronicity for me. Thank you. Yeah.
My pleasure. So we've got a couple more minutes. It's 9:24, so we've got about 3 more minutes. So I'm going to tell you a couple more things. Both of your parents are still living, right?
Yeah, both of them are.
Yeah, good. You're a very lucky girl. I think that there's a little bit of, and excuse me for, I'm not trying to be a downer here, but I think one of them you're having a little bit of a problem with. Is that correct?
Kind of both, but my father's kind of more unsaid.
Yeah. I thought I'd start out early. Start out easy. What I would, the thing is, your parents, I love them to pieces, and they're very young souls, and you're kind of a very old soul. So what I would do is forgive them for being human beings, because they each, we all, I don't care how rich, famous, or gorgeous you are, everybody has, has, it's like if there are 10, if as people we're 10 slices of pie, 9 slices of pie are just pure divine, pure God. And then there's 1 slice of pie in everybody that's poop.
Yeah, right. No, I totally understand. I totally understand what you're saying.
Right. So, like, if you're looking for a happy relationship, find somebody who you see their 9 slices of God pie perfectly, and their 1 slice of pie that's poop is poop you can live with, right? So, and it's the same with, it's the same with everybody, because we're all asses. We're all jerks sometimes.
Right.
I mean,
oh yeah.
Some people, I listen to a lot
I
of
have to
true
get
crime,
pushed,
so you don't.
but yeah.
I listen to a lot of true crime. You don't want to be that much of a jerk, but
no, hardly.
But the thing is that I think it's hard for you because you've always sensed that you're a little bit of an older soul than your parents, and I think you get impatient with them because, I mean, you're still alive, so they did their job, and once, essentially, if they go to work, come home, and you're still alive as a child, good, they've done their job.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
but I think that they're lovely people, but they're limited in their own ways. And you have a very
Yeah,
unlimited way of looking at the world. So forgive them their limits as they forgive
I
yours.
will do that the best I can. Yeah.
and lead them not into Penn Station, but
Yeah. Oh my
but
God,
also,
my grandfather would say that prayer every year, and I would like mumble because I wouldn't know the words. But now, like, I've memorized it since. But it's like I think of every holiday, standing at the table and being like, "Let me hide behind this one while I say the end." Da 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 da. I can't say it right, and then I learned it.
well, I went to an Episcopalian convent school in New York City because I'm a New York City girl. And even though my dad was Jewish, my mom's Episcopalian, and I'm kind of a Buddhist, but we had to say the Lord's Prayer, and I was like 9, and they were saying, "Lead us not to temptation," but because it was in New York City, I thought that they were saying, "Lead us not into Penn Station," which was also for a very short period of time, I thought they were saying, "Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name." And I'm learning now that
That's what I thought.
there you go. That's your Sag rising. I mean, that's your Sag sun. Oh my God, you're the most fun I've had for ages. So here's the thing. I've got some more stuff to tell you. So I want you to contact me on Facebook. My name is Perry, like Periwinkle. P as in pneumonia. ERI. Lyons. Lyons. Contact me on Facebook. I'll give you a free 15 minutes because you're just adorable and I want to fill you in a little more in your destiny.
That.
Oh, my pleasure.
Thank you.
And tell your friends, and because you're a young person, tell. I was 25 once too. It turned out to be a phase.
Oh my God, yeah, 25. That's years ago for me. I'm 41.
Oh yeah, well, you're 25 in my book. And so tell your young friends. All right, baby. I love you, and I'll see you next week. Mwah. Bye, guys.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soul to Soul with Medium Kelly Kristen. Live from MediumKellyKristen.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul to Soul
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Soul. I am your host, Medium Kelly Kristen, and it is fabulous to be here with you tonight. Thank you so much for tuning in to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I hope everyone had a great week. I know I did. And lucky you, you get to hear about it while we wait for our caller. I just got back from New York, and I have to say that I've only ever been to the city, and oh my goodness, the outlying areas, I am in love, and I actually think I want to move there now. So I went to the first place I went to was called Omega Institute in Rhinebeck, New York. Gorgeous. And I got to study with my mentor that I usually study with, Tony Stockwell, but this time in person. And he's in the UK, so it's always funner to study in person, right? And the topic was trance mediumship. So some of you may not even know what that is, and it sounds kind of funky, but it is really beautiful. It is this deeper kind of mediumship where you blend with spirit. So not just, connecting with them, but actually blending, like two souls blending. And you can do like a light blend or a deep blend. I kind of like medium, medium blend. But it's just a really beautiful way to learn how to read. You can do trance speaking, you can do trance writing, trance art, you can do trance dance even. It's just a really, once you surrender to it, it kind of ups your game in mediumship. So um, I enjoyed that very much. And of course, with Tony, it's always a treat. And then I was off to Lilydale, New York. And I don't know if anyone's ever been there, but it's a beautiful little town, but kind of quirky, right? A lot of Victorian homes. And I think it was developed, I think, in 1879, and is a place for spiritualists and people who think outside the box. And the reason that I went was to see my girl, Cindy Kaza. You might know her from now she's going to be on the Dead Files. She is amazing. And she is amazing to study with. And I studied psychometry with her. So psychometry is like being able to hold the object, like maybe jewelry or a photo or anything that has actually anything, but something that has personal um, energy on it, you can usually pick up better. And so you might pick up, you might hear things as you're holding this object, or see things, or feel things. And the way you would use it is if you maybe we're doing a psychic detection and you were trying to find a person or trying to find out what happened to a person, or you could use it in paranormal investigating, which is also something that I do. So that was super fun to learn from her. And once again, I have to say that I am in love with New York. So lucky you if you live there. And then one more thing before we get to our caller, I am part of a charity event for Maui, for Lahaina, that's coming up on September 8th at 10 a.m. Hawaii Standard Time. And all the proceeds are going to go to help the people that had homes destroyed, had, family lost. And what it's going to be is just a bunch of mediums from Hawaii or have a connection to Hawaii. Giving readings. So if you're interested in that, you can find that on Eventbrite or on my page, Medium Kelly Kristen. All right. So and feel free to ask me questions about that. Email me or message me. And with that, we're going to get to our caller. And I believe we have Kyra from Las Vegas. Is that correct?
Yes, hi. Thank you.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
Oh, good. I'm glad you're doing great. What kind of reading would you like tonight? Do you have something on your mind?
Yes, I was looking for more of like a love reading in regards to a connection between me and my ex.
Okay. So you're just wondering how that might proceed or what it might look like?
Yes, yes, because we still currently somewhat still share the same household.
Oh,
And she is in a relationship. However, she is telling me that she's torn between the two. And I do want to try to give our love another try. However, I just don't know what that looks like.
Okay. Yes. So I'm already feeling into that. And thank you for explaining that. But before you explain, the very first word I heard was complicated. And you just validated, you just validated that for me. And again, I always joke that a psychic reading is really, you already know the answer. I'm just validating for you. So as I feel into that, you tell me he's living with you, and it makes me feel like there's one partner who does more than the other. Would you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, so it feels like, to be honest, it feels like you do a little bit more than he does. It feels like you're almost like the mother to him, taking care of him, making sure he has what he needs. And I wonder, do you do his laundry?
No, actually,
Okay. Is it the other
he
way
does
around?
my laundry. Yeah,
Oh,
so
okay.
just recently, since the breakup, it has been me doing more because I'm trying to fight for the relationship because we were together for so long. But usually, she takes care of everything and does my laundry, and I don't do pretty much any housework.
Okay. Well, I think that's a score right there. But um, if I if I feel into that, I wonder, it just there just seems to be like an imbalance, and I feel like it's almost like you need a partner, someone who's going to be a partner for you, who's going to be fully committed to you, not I would be cautious with I'm in a relationship, but I'm in love with both of you. It almost feels like it's saying what you want to hear. And I hate to say that because I do feel there's a lot of history between the two of you. And I do feel like there is a soul connection, but I wonder if there's uh, another soul connection for you that might be more of a partner to you. Would that make sense at all to you,
Yes, it does. It
Kyra?
makes perfect sense.
Okay.
Can you hear
Tell
me?
me tell
Yes,
me
it
if
makes
it
perfect
doesn't.
sense.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Okay, tell me if it doesn't, because I know that was kind of harsh, but I'm really saying it from like the bottom of my heart for you, because I feel like uh not that you don't still have a connection, but that it's almost run its course. Like I feel like if he should be making that commitment then. If he should be deciding, because it feels like you're not able to um open up your heart and get what you need, because I feel like you have this big, loving, generous heart. And I feel like there's somebody out there who wants to share that heart with you. Does that make sense for you?
Yes, it makes perfect sense.
Okay.
Yes, yes, because I really feel as though
Oh,
if I close the door, I'm gonna find somebody else, and that will be my forever person. So yes, it makes perfect sense.
right. 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 And that's what I'm talking about exactly, because it's hard when we have this history with somebody, it pulls on our heartstrings. But I want to say, if you can step outside of that, it's kind of hard when you're living with this person, right? To kind of
Right.
separate. And I feel like, you have that history, but I do really feel like there's somebody, and I feel like it's in the near future, who is going to love you all the way to the bottom of his heart, if that makes sense. I keep wanting to bring up the heart
Mm.
connection. Um, and maybe even do your laundry, still do your laundry. I think that's a plus. You can find someone. I'm teasing with you. um, I do feel like there I do feel like there's a friendship that can still be there, though, if that makes a difference. Um, do you want me to elaborate on that at all?
Yes, I would love. I would love for you to. Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
So it almost feels
Okay.
like, yeah, I can hear you, but we must have like a disconnect because it's like a delay. Um, do you is there any way that are one of you thinking about moving out? Is that in the future at all?
Yes, I actually had her go to her girlfriend's house and stay there and to figure it out because she was kind of between
Okay.
both of us.
And so I had her move out kind of temporarily, but her stuff is still here. Yes.
Oh, the girlfriend's there too. Okay, yeah.
No. I had her
Okay,
move into the girlfriend's house.
Oh, he moved to the girlfriend's house. Gotcha. Okay, that feels right because it feels like there needs to be a little bit of a separation in order for you to actually not lead with your heart, if that makes sense. Because I feel like you need to lead with your head. It feels like if you lead with your heart, you're going to keep, going back. So if there can be some kind of separation, like I feel like that's good that he's out. That feels really good, right? And I feel like both of you should go your separate ways, still be friends. And it feels like you might have mutual friends. So it feels like the friendship's not ending. It's just there's somebody for you who's going to complete you and who's going to enjoy. I feel like you have this really amazing personality and somebody who's going to enjoy that personality with you. It, it almost feels like maybe you've met somebody that you haven't thought of actually as a love attraction. Do you work?
Well, right now I haven't. I've been unemployed for about 2 months now.
Okay. Well, it feels like there's a possibility that in the future you could meet someone like at work or something. And I am so sorry, Kyra, we are out of time already, but I wish you the best of luck. Thank you so much for letting me read for you tonight.
Thank you.
I can tell you, you have a beautiful soul, have a beautiful night, and I will talk to you later. And for the rest of you, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. I will see you next week. Have a fabulous week. Good night.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Soulfully Guided with Carmel Ann. Live from soulfullyguided.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soulfully Guided
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another week of Soulfully Guided. I'm your host, Carmel Ann, and last week we had our guest, Candace, who is here again because we had such a great time, and the show felt like seconds, and we didn't get everything we wanted Candace to say. So welcome back, Candace.
Hi, thanks for having me back.
You're so welcome. Now I'm actually on the better side of not feeling well, but I'm going to give you the lead of the show today. But last week, if anyone's interested, last week, which is USA 2nd of August, which you can find on your favorite podcast thingy or YouTube Live, and we spoke about past life regression. Candace discussed some theories and also what they do and why they do them. So we had some more questions for Candace, and we're holding an event. So we're back to tell you about that event, which is why we did the show last week but ran out of time. Whew, what a mouthful. So Candace, let's take it over to you. So running back into the life regression that we spoke of, Did we get a chance to talk about Akashic records?
Just touched on it briefly. So your Akashic records hold all of the information from all of your lifetimes. And it's locked away deep inside your subconscious mind. So in order to access those records, those memories, we have to change our brain waves. We have to lower them. And a good way to do that is through hypnosis.
Okay.
We can use hypnosis to allow us to access these deeper memories and experiences from our subconscious mind because it lowers our brain waves and it asks our conscious mind to kind of step out of the way and remove any blocks or any resistance that we may have to accessing that information.
Okay, wow.
So hypnosis is basically just a very long guided meditation. And the information that you uncover during hypnosis is yours and yours alone. You don't have to share that with me. You don't have to share that with anyone unless you choose to do so afterwards. You'll basically become very relaxed and your conscious mind will just step aside to allow you to access those deeper memories that you have in your Akashic records. No one's in danger of clucking like a chicken or barking like a dog when we're done, anything like that. I'm just kind of allowing you to unlock the door to your past so that you can step into that and bring forward any memories, any information, any gifts or talents that you might have that you need in this lifetime.
And I consider barking like a dog or sounding like a chicken is not one of those talents. So, no, thank you. I was going to ask about that. So, basically, you're providing, as a practitioner and a safe and ethical practitioner, you're providing a deeper level to meditation, and rather that you're guiding people to be self-sufficient to access their own memories for themselves and keep that safe within them or share it. So, what happens? So we are having an event, and Candice will be offering this in a 90-minute event, and we're doing this through Meetup. So for anyone that's interested, the event, the actual event is called Journey Through Time, a Past Life Exploration. It's at a really good price because we want people to be able to access it. And we are charging 30 Australian dollars for 90 minutes, a group session. And you can find this event on Meetup. Our Meetup is called Finding Inner Peace Through Spiritual Exploration. We hold other events, and Candice, we'll see what else, because Candice comes with a plethora of skills, so we'll see what else we can get her to do as well as events. But this would be a really great event, and I wanted to share that before we run out of time again. Yeah. But with the hypnosis after the event, I just don't want to look at the event. So we know your hypnosis is safe. We can trust you. We know that it will open our minds a little bit deeper than a short self-driven meditation. What about afterwards? What are the benefits afterwards of this session?
So afterwards, you will have access to those memories that you need in this lifetime. Those gifts, those talents, the wisdom, so that you can fulfill your soul's purpose in this lifetime. Actually, doing a past life regression like this, that's how I learned to read runes. I came back with that knowledge.
And this sort of brings it into a really nice circle and cycle where we started off on this basis of how we can unlock, behaviors, or how we can get awareness on how to break through things that are holding us back and limiting us in such a really wonderful way. So if someone realized that they needed more support from you from this session, how would they be able to find you?
Sure, they can find me on TikTok or Facebook at Medium Candice G. They can go to my link tree at Medium Candice Gurley. They can also email me at mediumcandicegurley@gmail.com.
Okay, great. And so that's where we'll be able to find you and book your services. I'm a huge believer of all that you offer, and I actually might tune out myself during the event because I actually want to enjoy. Past life regression is outside of my comfort zone, but as you evolve as a spiritualist, you realize there's things you just can't keep turning a blind eye to, and it's incredible what you do for people. Last week, you also mentioned the Phoenix program that you offer. What's that
Yes,
about? As a former substance user, I'd love to hear more about that.
absolutely. So my Phoenix Rising program allows individuals who suffer from past traumas or substance abuse to really heal those old behaviors, those toxic behaviors in their life, to heal those traumas that kind of go hand in hand, usually with the substance abuse issues, and rid themselves of limiting beliefs. It uses hypnotherapy, it uses energy healing, even astrology, some astrology, to really get in there and focus on what needs to be cleared. It offers weekly private sessions. There's a community of supportive individuals who have already completed the program or are completing the program now that you would have access to. And it's really a great opportunity to unlock the things that hold you back and step into your power so that you can manifest the life you deserve to live.
That's amazing. And it all falls in so nicely with the umbrella of what you do and what you offer. And there comes a point in our lives, whether it's a small little setback of not believing in yourself is not a small setback, or believing in versions of yourself that other people have created, or something as extreme as a lifetime substance abuse. People stop and think that the hardest part is quitting, but the reality of changing pattern of behavior or changing a cycle afterwards is so much harder, because the support that you used to have, which wasn't even good at the time, is no longer
right.
It's not relevant because you're a different person. But all these new traumas and all the reasons why you behaved or you did that, or why you chose drugs or any sort of habit, the reasons unfold. And not only are you tackling the issue of what you're doing, but you're also tackling why you do it. And it's really nice that people don't have to feel alone in that sense. And then mind-blowing that you're able to base it across evolved patterns of behavior throughout various lifetimes. And it's incredible.
Yes, absolutely. The biggest thing I push in that program, and really in everything that I offer, is to just be gentle with yourself.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what program you're choosing, no matter what you're doing, you are unlocking information within yourself that has been buried away by your conscious mind for a very long time. And so you have to be gentle with yourself, and you have to allow yourself the time to process all that information. Allow yourself the space and forgive yourself as well.
Big one. And where people, this is maybe a question that will catch you off guard. What is the difference between someone that can say, after the session that we have, the past life, the journey through time, past life exploration through our meetup group, finding inner peace through spiritual exploration, what would be the difference between someone that you would say you're safe to continue and carry those memories? We've only got a few minutes left as well, but what's the difference between someone that you would recommend, who would you recommend to continue to see you, and the difference between someone that can end the session and be happy to leave it there?
Well, if they've uncovered some memories that are unpleasant, or that maybe pop up some trauma or some just icky feelings of, ooh, I didn't really want to go there, it might be a good idea to book another session so that we can really explore those feelings and you can release them. Because holding on to that is not good.
Well, it sort of brings up to the surface what's bubbling underneath, and then it sort of leaves you there. Yeah, so that's great advice. Well, that is us for this week. So if anybody would love to go to our past life regression, which I'm really excited for, and I'll be doing it myself as well, please head over to our meetup group, Finding Inner Peace Through Spiritual Exploration, and sign up to our event on August the 17th. And that's at 7:30 p.m. Sydney time. We'll also be doing some more user-friendly times for the USA if Candace will have. Yeah, we'll be interested in that. Thanks for being on the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
And to everyone else, hopefully we'll see you on the August the 17th. That's Melbourne, Sydney time, Melbourne, Australia. Yeah. All right. We will see you next week, and hopefully I'll also be feeling a bit better. So thank you everyone for tuning in.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Psychic Side
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side. I'm your host, John Capello, and I'm delighted to be here today on the A1R Psychic Radio Network, Enlightening TV and Moonstruck TV. Yep, we're still the #1 psychic radio network on Earth. So that's something that you should be aware of if you're not already. And there's lots of ways to get in contact with us. And if you heard our promo, you probably got a lot of information there. You can contact me at john@johncapello.com. So what we do here on the psychic side is we talk about things that are metaphysical. And I've been introducing some people that I work with throughout Texas and through the travels that I have, that I make throughout this region of the southern part of the United States. And today I'm delighted to have a gentleman with us who's well known in the Houston area, also in the Austin area, I would think. And his name is Shannon Ogg, and I think you can see him there, or at least I hope you can. And so what I wanted to do is I wanted to introduce Shannon to you. I've known Shannon for several years, and it's always been a delight to know him and hear what he has to say. And today we're going to get a little bit more in depth into what he does and how he got started in all this. So Shannon, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Well, good. Thank you so much for joining me today on our program. I want to just introduce you and then let you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got started. I know you had a long career, and so just tell us how you got started, how you came to realize your metaphysical, psychic, and healing gifts. And I'll just turn it over to you for a few minutes.
Well, I think, John, I think all of my life I've had abilities. You know, as a child, I guess I've seen things and done things, and as you know, getting up in a teenager and everything, it kind of just shut itself off. And then I went into the military, went to the Gulf War, and came back, and I had a very horrific car accident, and I went to the other side and visited with God for a little while. And when I came back, everything was turned on. I mean, you know, if you want to talk about like get the culture shock, it was like, boom, I see people, I taste, I smell, everything was on. And so it was like a big
awakening. Yeah.
A big awakening.
Yeah. That's amazing.
No choice at that point. It was like, and I was so upset at the paramedic for bringing me back. I actually made him cry because it was so beautiful over there. I didn't want to come back. I was so happy about being there. And as the years, this was in 1995. So as the years have went on, I even more refined and the knowledge and everything that comes through and how it works, and I become more. It's my life now. It's just like you. It's your life now. We don't know no different now.
Yeah. So do you would you consider yourself a clairvoyant, or I know you consider yourself a healer, but where do your gifts lie, or do they lie in all the psychic senses, or you just do mediumship, or how would you describe your gifts?
I like when I do a reading or I'm working with somebody, I feel, see, hear, taste, smell. Like if somebody smoke, I can smell it. I can, if they drink, I can taste it. A lot of the experiences that I have during this session, even their personalities, everything that occurs with me. So it's kind of a fun experience. It's but most people would call me a medium. But it's more than that to me, you know, in my experience of it. So.
So, but you do healing too. What modality do you normally use for your healing? Do you have your own, or do you use Reiki, or what?
Well, I started with Reiki. Reiki is like the foundation that I started with because I didn't know anything about anything at the time. And that's where I started. And now I kind of do my own, because when you come and see me to do a healing, I'm actually listening to your people, your guides, and they help me through the session, whether I'm doing shamanic work, whether I'm doing some starseed work, you know, working with somebody in a bigger picture than just.
So when someone gets a reading for you, you kind of tailor it to their needs. Is that what you're saying? Or so you might use shamanic work with one person, but use another modality with another?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And sometimes they just give me the information, or they show me, like they may open their records and let me see it in that place. So I start healing it from many layers of their experience, not just their physical body, because we can heal something in the physical body, but it can come back when we don't energetically clear it all the way out, and vice versa. If we're clearing it energetically and we don't take care of the body, we can go back into that same place again. So
So what you're saying is it's kind of a two-way street then, when you do healing, you
yes.
can facilitate the energy, but it takes the person who's receiving to kind of follow through, so to speak. Does that make sense?
Yes, they have to be and take their own responsibility. I mean, in any type of healer, even you, when you get information for somebody and you say, hey, I would suggest you go get checked out at the doctor, and they don't follow up and they have a heart attack or something, then they say, well, why didn't no, that's their responsibility. When we give them information, it's their responsibility to make the doctor's appointment. And it's the same way with doing healing. It's like we can start the healing process and get everything blocked and cleared and bring back what needs to be and change the energy. But the person also has to have responsibility for their healing experience.
I know a lot of people come to me for that reason. They want to either validate whether or not they have illness or something, and some people don't want to accept that they're an illness. But I tell them I can only give them what I feel or what comes to me, and it's their job to follow up on it. So it's good to, I think, get a metaphysical validation of a situation, but it's always good to use a combination of what we do and what you do, and the medical field, the Western
Yes.
work as well.
Yeah, I have several doctors that will refer their patients to me, especially if they can't find something wrong with them. Neurologists and different people that, and they'll send them, and then I start doing my work, and we start seeing what's going on, and then I'll even refer back to the doctor and say, hey, this is what I saw, this is what I'm, and then they can take it from there.
Yeah. So what's the name of your organization? Is it Mystic House? Is that it, or
the Mystic's Corner?
Mystic's Corner. And what do you do at Mystic's Corner?
We do many different things. Let's see. We do the healings, the readings. We teach a lot of classes. One of my greatest passion is to help people be in their most authentic self and to find and clear those parts of us that keep us from that, so that you can play full out, that you can be in your most powerful space. So we teach classes around that. So anywhere from, like, I do a mentorship class because I have a lot of people that want to mentor with me, and I can't, you can't have 15 people in with one client. So on 1 weekend a month, I set aside for that, and anybody can join at any time. Like this past month, we just did on intuition and teaching how to really connect and get good evidence, good information, and really watch the people when they get it. They like, whoa, they got it. That experience.
Yeah. So you teach psychic development and you teach mediumship, or do you have a class schedule that you produce, or?
Yes, and you can go on our website. That's every month. My business partner, Jessica, she puts up everything. She's the one on the other side of the camera that you can't see. She doesn't like to be on cameras.
It's nice to have someone like that.
I'll do all the back stuff, and you do the stuff in front. You do all the talking. But yeah, if you can go on our website, she always has it updated. We're updating constantly. And so there's a lot of information, and we're going to be coming out with a lot of new things. I'm also trained in doing firewalking and team building and stuff like that. But since we live here in Texas, we can't even do a barbecue outside.
No, that's true. We have these burn bans out right now. Yeah. So Shannon, do you have any books or meditations that you've produced right now?
No, we haven't. We do some YouTube videos and stuff. Actually, some of that is in the works, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
That you
Okay, Jessica. Jessica. Get on to her. She's got to help you with that. But I know you appear at a lot of different events in the Houston area. You also go into Austin. Now, you were in Austin for a long time, is that right?
Yes, yes. I think for about 6 years I lived in Austin
Mm-hmm.
and did a bit of work there. We're gonna start traveling again in October. I think we're gonna start in San Antonio and then go to Austin, Dallas, and then back to use.
Okay.
I guess I had to slow down a little bit because I did have some heart issues, and that got corrected. And now I'm ready to get back out there again and start, I guess, building my schedule up a little more than what it is.
Well, it's known that healers often can have heart issues because they're givers and they send all this healing energy out, and sometimes you aren't able to bring that back in, and you get open to negativity. And I see that with my chakra photos that I do, I see people, I go, oh, you must be a healer. And a lot of people do it just naturally without hanging their shingle, so to speak. But when someone like you is out there, you do it on a regular basis, and it's important to protect yourself. And sounds like you made an effort to do that with by getting your heart issue taken care of. So I'm so glad that you did that. What else would you like people to know about you? I know that you are a mentor to several people because you have quite a following in the Houston area, and people just flock to you when you're over there.
Yeah, that's kind of it kind of, I don't know, John. Sometimes it's like, oh, for real? What? I get so humbled. I'm very person. I am a very humble person because I love everybody and I love everybody in the metaphysical world. And when I do the shows and things, it's like, the list fills up. It's just like yours, the list fills up. And then it's like, okay, I'm very humbled by this. It's like, okay, God, what do you got in store here? For us, what it would, we're going to start really getting out there more. You're going to start seeing some more video work, and actually, we've been talking about doing a book about my life and my journey and how I, got this seeing through my eyes. Because sometimes, and you can say, John, sometimes our world becomes a little bit different. Okay, a lot different than most people because we just walk. We have to walk on faith sometimes, and we walk, and Spirit says, okay, this is where you're going, this is what you're doing, or they'll just close the door on you and you're going, okay, well, what are we doing next?
That's why I call the show The Psychic Side, because there's so many things that happen to psychics, and our perception of the world can be so different than the practical people, the skeptics. And I find it interesting that my perceptions of things are so different than other people, and then I have to stop and think, oh well, they're looking at it from a solely practical point of view, and I'm looking at it from a larger or a bigger perception, and sometimes it gets me in trouble, because people think I'm aloof. I don't mean to be aloof. I just
I can relate to that too. It's like, no.
So that's why I like to bring people that kind of share that same reality onto the program, because our reality is very valid. And I think that if you get too practical in life and don't try to open up or be aware of other perspectives, that you get kind of stuck.
Yes.
And people don't are not able to expand their world or understand other people if they just look at it from just one ideology or just one point of view. It's kind of like being able to walk in other people's shoes and gain some perception of them. So it's an interesting lifestyle. And how long did you say you've been doing this since 1995?
Yeah, that's when I got turned on. So I've been doing this for quite some time now.
Yeah,
Quite
yeah.
some time. And so like you were saying about people living in a certain way, that's why I love to teach. I love teaching because I love to teach people, and maybe they're touching a crystal and they feel the crystal for the first time. They open up and feel it, and they go, whoa, whoa. They have this aha moment that this crystal that's in their hand is actually alive and moving and vibrating, and it's
yeah.
And then when we turn them off and there's like, don't have anything on it, there's no energy there, and they're going, whoa.
Well, so many times people will tell me, oh, I don't feel anything. But for me, it's just that they're not paying attention.
Correct.
Because rose quartz has a different energy than amethyst.
Yes.
And fluorite has an energy that's different. And from my perspective, we're attracted to crystals. You brought up crystals. We're attracted to the crystals because they present an energy that we need.
Yes. And crystals, because crystals is used in just about everything, your cell phone, computers, everything. It's a way to transmit of information through. And that's why in the actual human anatomy, in the hierarchy or where we're going, that's why we're going back to the crystalline body. You'll see even more of that as we're moving into these higher energies that we go. They're going to start seeing a little more of the crystalline energies in our physical bodies. And that's what my peeps, I know that's kind of like, but the woo-woo stuff, but that's what my people tell me and show me, and they said that's the evolution of back where we're coming back from, because it is a way that the human body begins to communicate or vibrate or have the frequency that comes through. And you'll see that more and more as we go through this journey, our experience here on this earth walk that we're doing.
Well, we are made of elements from the earth, water and silica and those sorts of things.
We have
our complex organization of it. That's what we are. So, Shannon, what do you have a favorite crystal?
My favorite is actually a quartz crystal, but I have a crystal skull that came to me, and that is one of my favorite crystal skulls. I call her Skywalker, and I was in Arkansas going to dig some crystals, and I was in a rock shop, and I kept hearing this voice, "Hey, hey."
People think we're crazy with that when we hear crystals speaking to us, but a lot of times, like with crystal balls, they say that there's a spirit that each one of them has around it, and they communicate with us, and they tell us their name, and it's said that the custodian of the crystal finds them. And have you heard that before?
Oh, yes. And so I'll give a short story. She kept on, and I picked her up, and it had $1,600 on the skull. And I'm like, oh, you're not coming home with me. So for 3 nights after that, I kept having dreams go back and offer a certain amount. And finally, my friend that was with me said, okay, we'll go. And he said, if they take that, I'll pay for it. Well, she came out of the store with me for that price, because I told him. Yes, I told him the price, and the guy called. It was on consignment. I called the guy that owned it, own Skywalker and said, hey, that's exactly what I need to fix my air conditioner.
So he took it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Well,
my
it worked for
friend,
him, and his time for being the custodian was over.
yeah, yeah,
And it's your time to now take that crystal and work with the crystal, and both of you grow from it. But there will be
yeah,
another custodian of that crystal after you're
yeah,
gone. You know.
yeah. Now she's been with 5 of the 13 skulls. She's been to when the eagle and a condor dance together here in on the Hopi land. She's been to several high ceremonies over the years. So I have a very partial, I guess, to quartz crystal.
Quartz crystal. And now, is that
Yeah.
crystal, was it carved? Is it a carved crystal?
It
Was
is
it from Brazil or from China, or do you know?
One of my friends who does crystal, she said it's from Brazil, but it's a little bit older. The artist that did it is no longer alive. So, so
That's amazing. Yeah. Yeah. Now, you mentioned, was that a Native American tribe you mentioned, or do you ever work with Native American energy?
Oh yes, yes. I'm been Peruvian shaman trained and Native American trained. But I went to the gathering of the elders and the eagle and the condor, and that's one of the predictions or the prophecies when the eagle and condor dance together. You know, the prophecies come, and up onto the Hopi nation they danced it. So I got to her in the circle. So yeah, a beautiful experience.
Quite interesting. Yeah.
Have a lot of those kind of interesting things. It's like I got to study and for a whole month in Hawaii, doing swimming with the dolphins and the reactions of the human body energy field on the body using the GDV or gas discharge visualization or curling photography, whichever way you want to put it.
Oh yes, I do that.
The effects on the human body from swimming with the dolphins, their echoes and everything, their sonar, or their and how it is. And so we did 21 days, but there were 30 days. I got to study with Emoto with water, and using the GDV, how it affects, how it moves. Actually, not to say much, but some of the pictures that you see of the water droplets, those are mine that you see in the books and stuff. Those are actually my photography that was taken. My research was done.
So you do photography as well.
They take screenshots of them, you know, of the photo of the water and the water droplets, and so they were having me do some samples of it at an event in Taos, and they actually took those photos, and I was like, okay, whatever, you know, the screenshots of it.
Well, that's great. We only have a couple more minutes left. Do you have anything coming up that you'd like to tell the audience that you would like for them to participate in, or you just want to give them your email address so that they can contact you, or what would, do you have any final thoughts you'd like to share with anyone?
Absolutely. They can go to our website, which is themysticscorner.com. We have everything posted up there. Some of the events that we do have coming up is we're going to have a spirit walk on the 22nd, which will be for the equinox that's coming up, which is a Native American healing group healing. So it's going to be at Indigo Moon here in Houston, Texas. It's by donation. It starts at 7.
Okay, great. That's good.
Last thoughts. Always live in your most authentic self and be who you are, and don't stray away from it. Let the universe guide you, and it will always be an amazing journey.
Well, good. Well, thank you so much for being here today. We only have a little bit of time left, but I'd like to thank our audience for joining us today. And of course, I always like to thank our sponsor, Miracles of Joy in Louisville, Texas. That's a place for you to go, Shannon, if you want. They have an online store, and use their promo code PS0223 to get a big discount. So next week, we're going to resume our ordinary programming. I'm going to be talking a little bit more about some archangels, giving you information that you may not know. And then I'll be bringing on some other guests here soon as well. But for me, I'm going to be taking a break for this holiday weekend, and then we are back off to East Texas and then Fort Worth for those psychic fairs, and we'll keep you informed. But that's about it for us today. So be sure to join us here every Tuesday at 5 o'clock Eastern here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network. Check us out on Moonstruck TV too. It's a lot of fun to watch the program, the video of the program. And be sure to like my Facebook page. It's just John Capello Psychic. So once again, thank you all very much for being with us today. I'm John Capello, your host, and this is The Psychic Side. So take care. Bye-bye, everyone.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Full Circle Wellness U with Renee Johnson. Live from FullCircleWellnessU.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Full Circle Wellness U
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey, y'all. Happy watching y'all tonight. We are back one more week. I cannot believe it's been 7 days. I tell you, I say that every Wednesday, don't I? Seems like time is moving fast. I hope this finds you all having a wonderful evening, day, wherever you are. And I pray that you had a beautiful week, regardless of all the trauma and drama going on out there in the world, and that you were able to stay centered and grounded and focused, and you tuned into your guides and your angels, and that God's talking to you, and you know your path and your purpose. So that's my prayer for each of you. I want to remind you guys that it is Reset Wednesday. So if you have had a rough week or a rough day or rough last 15 minutes, you can reset it. You can do that right now. And we do that by just taking nice breaths in, deep as you can, as long as you can, and letting it out. I can usually do about 4 to 6, breathing in 1, 2, 3, 4 through your nose. And letting go through your mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's right. And let's just go ahead and continue to breathe this way while I give you a little background on tonight's show. So as you're breathing in through your nose, you're breathing in peace and love and tranquility and balance and health. And as you exhale, just imagine letting go. It might look like smoke or ash or whatever it is. Just let it go and just let go of any stress or tension or discomfort or confusion or worry or whatever it is. And let's, for the next 28 minutes, let's just stay really focused on this message and what Spirit wants you to hear. So these last few days, I've been hearing a lot about spiritual warfare. And, you know, as a healer, as a light worker, I know that I came with a mission to share a message with others that would help people wake up and also be able to stand firmly and stay focused and grounded when the worst things are going on around them. I also know that it's each of our mission, regardless if we know it or not, to lift up our brothers and sisters, no matter who they are, no matter what color they are, what creed they are, what religion they are. I also know this is a spiritual war. I've known this since I was a small child. For years, I tried to push it away, and it's becoming more obvious every day, isn't it? You turn on videos, you turn on your phone, you go on Facebook. Good Lord, go on Facebook. That'll take you down a rabbit hole pretty fast. And you can just see that things seem to be spiraling out of control. It's become very obvious of what's happening in our world, how those people, those beings are manipulating the scenes. They're changing the narrative to fit what they want, morals, values, principles, all those things that most all of us, were taught and have grown up with or acquired on our own, are being twisted into something we don't recognize anymore. And day before yesterday, or day before that, actually, I had a dream. I believe it was Monday. I had a dream where I was once again in that forest that I go to in my sleep. But in the forest, there was battles going on, and it was as if I needed to step to the right or the left. And if I went to the right, I felt like I was on the right path. But when I stepped to the left, it got a lot darker, and just the feeling was just ominous. So as I woke up, I heard the message again, spiritual warfare. So I'm very interested in learning more than I've ever known about this subject. And I tune in daily. I try to tune in every day and do some meditation. I do my prayers. I pray before I get out of bed in the morning. I pray several times during most days. When I feel out of sorts, I go right inside immediately. I put my fingers together. This is known as an anchor. If you don't know that, if you haven't seen my show before, it's first finger and your thumb, and you put all your good stuff in there, the happy memories that you have. And then when you need them, you can go back to them. When you were scared at some point, or if you had that challenge, you just go back, put your fingers together, and it reopens up those circuits and pathways that you remember when you were in balance and you were powerful and confident and happy. So I've been doing a lot of that lately. Even today driving, I realized that I had put my fingers together, and that's an anchor. And I learned this, 27 years ago or something. And it has become just ingrained in me because I do it now just unconsciously, subconsciously, it just happens. So that's one thing I'd like to share with each of you. The other thing is, in order to stay grounded and also to stay out of fear and live in awareness, we need to open the crown chakra. The crown chakra is the energy center that is at the top of the head. It's usually represented by the color purple, and the stone for that, if y'all can see this, is amethyst. And if you don't know what amethyst is, this is amethyst. It's purple. It's beautiful. This is a stone for awareness to open up your crown chakra and help you connect with source, with God, with Jesus, with your higher power, your higher self, however you interpret this connection. For me, being Christian, I say God, Jesus, the Holy Spirit, and I have a lot of angelic guides. And these guides come in and I feel it usually because top of my head starts tingling. I have other, ways that I sense it too. Sometimes I see sparkles in the room around me. People will be speaking and they kind of can't hear them anymore, and a different message is coming across. And when I'm doing a reading, I just get these pictures, images, knowings, and I know it's from the right source when it feels good and positive and loving and gentle. And of course, there's times that in my life, and others I know that have shared with me, many others that feel like dark forces, energies trying to come through, and we just shut them out. That's what we do. We just shut them off because we don't want to know what they got to say anyway. It's all lies and illusions. But this amethyst, going back to this, if you can get you an amethyst stone, amethyst necklace, ring, whatever, you could just have a purple piece of paper or a purple scarf or a purple shirt, whatever. It's all about intention. So whatever your intention is, what you're going to draw to you. So we get the color purple. We realize we focus on, you can close your eyes to do this, and you imagine your crown chakra opening. And there's images of this, I know, online in different places. But it's like a lotus flower that opens up. And what it does is it allows, if the petals open, it allows the energy of your higher self, God, once again, to come through and to bring you the messages that you're striving for, looking for, praying for, begging for. Some people are screaming for connection, and it's right there. So if you can just take, I don't know, a few minutes a day, lay in your bathtub, that's a great place to do this work. While you're washing dishes, even, someplace that you're really tuned in. I love to go out to the lake. When I was in Florida, it was always the beach, the river. Water's just fantastic as well. It's really good for opening up your energy centers and connecting with your emotions and such. And imagining that opening up in that energy. And I always see it as a white light. Other people tell me different things, but I see it as a white light, and it just kind of showers down. And I imagine it coming down through my head. Like I said, by now my head's usually tingling. And I ask for, usually before I start, but sometimes I don't really ask anything. I just get a suggestion in my mind that, I need to ask for peace or for healing for someone, or information on what herbs to use, or what should I do with my eating habits, or whatever. When my children are in need, or my grandchildren, or my friends, like this crazy hurricane thing going on down in Florida. I've got friends down there, I've got family there, and I've been getting messages for days now about, this Franklin and Idalia, these two storms, and I'm shown how to handle that and how to project those moving away, and to stay in balance, because it's scary when your friends call you and tell you they're losing their roof, and their house is flooding, and it's scary. It really is, and you feel kind of helpless. So if I go there, I don't feel helpless anymore. I have no fear. I have only awareness, and I get grounded. And once I'm grounded and centered, my guides start talking to me. And they give me a lot more information than what I ask for usually. And again, I'm going to suggest that you get a journal if you don't have one for this show, and just have a journal, keep a little pocket tablet notebook with you, and have a big journal too. Get you some crayons, markers, pastels, chalks, charcoal, whatever. If you've never drawn, doesn't matter. Colored crayons, doesn't matter. Coloring books, and allow yourself to have that creativity while you sit down and channel the information to paper, or you can record it on your phone or a recorder, or make a video, whatever, however you find comfort to keep this information. Because if you're like me, when it's over, you're going to lose a lot of that memory. And when I'm really channeling at a high level and I'm giving information, people will come back often and say, remember you said about Aunt Mary? And I'll say, No, not really. I kind of remember, but I really don't. And I that's why I like to record my sessions when my clients allow it. It's very important to be able to go back and get that information. And I have notebooks. I have notebooks everywhere. I have um, tablets. I use all different things because usually I'm not near one notebook. So I end up just kind of tearing out pages and taping and pasting and stapling them into a big like 3-ring binder sometimes. Just whatever you got to do. So if you're really curious and you're really serious about stepping up and moving into this light worker, healer, spiritual warrior um, position, then this is a really good way to get started. A really good way. And if you're already doing it, hey, share, holler at me and let me know what it is that, I can do and I can learn from you because I'm all about that, all about that. It's really cool when we can do these things for each other. So, hi, I'm going to take my caller now. Hi, Graciela in St. Petersburg, Florida. That's my home. How are you tonight?
Fine, thank you.
Great, great. I'm glad
Hello?
you called. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Graciela? Hi. How can I help you?
Hi. I don't know. You said you were giving away free readings tonight?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think I need one?
I feel like you have some burning questions that you'd like answers to for sure.
Okay. What's going on in my life?
I have a sense that you're trying to make changes and you're having a hard time with that.
Okay.
And for some reason, I see a little girl over here to my right side. Um, you have a little girl that's in spirit?
Hmm?
Is there a
How
little
little?
girl that you? Hello?
Hello? Yes, go ahead.
Oh, she's coming to me probably 10 years old, maybe 8, 10 years old. But it's like I see her
Okay.
smaller and then she's gotten bigger. So I'm not sure what exactly this means. 6, 8, 10 years old.
That's my daughter.
Okay. And your daughter's with you?
Yes.
Okay. Are you concerned about your daughter?
Yes, I am. Is she doing well?
I get a sense that she's being challenged. I really hate to give readings with any kind of bad, news or anything. So this is not comfortable for me, to be honest with you. Um, I feel like there's something going on with her health.
Okay.
And is there some with anger around this child? I'm getting hot. I don't know if you can
Not
see,
that
but I'm
I'm
starting to
aware of.
sweat. Like, has she been sick? Hello?
Hello?
We keep losing connection. Is there
Hello?
a storm there right now?
I am here, yes. I think we have a bad connection. That's what I think it is.
Yeah. Well, our producer's saying we're both good on this side, so I guess we just keep going and do our best to to stay connected here. Um, is this child struggling with something?
If she's what?
Is she struggling? Is she having a problem? Something happening with her?
No, not that I'm aware of. No.
Okay. Okay. I just sense that there's something going on with her with a lot of anger, and then it's like affecting her health.
Okay. I don't see that, but I'll open my eyes and look more.
Yeah, and give her a safe space to talk to you. She needs to know that it's okay, that she can share whatever is happening with her with you. Now, I also see an older woman. This woman has gray hair. She's maybe in her 70s.
Okay. In her
Yeah.
70s.
And it's like she's standing behind the child with her hands on her shoulders. So your daughter has this like guardian angel with her all the time. She needs to know that. It's really important that you find a way to explain that to her.
Is it a male or a female?
No, it's a woman. She has
male
gray
or
hair.
a female guardian? It's a woman. Gray hair.
Female, woman.
That must be her grandmother.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, she's with her all the time. I see her. She has her hands on her shoulders and very gently, not like she isn't holding her shoulders. She's just like from behind her. It's like she's protecting her. She's soothing her. But I just get this sense like talking. It's like there needs to be some talking going on between you and your daughter with this child. And she needs to be able to speak her mind and tell you what is going on. And then she needs to know that you have her back in this world and her grandmother has her back. And that she has this guardian angel that adores her and protects her all the time.
Okay. I'll have a talk with her.
Yes, yes, please do. That's very important. Very important. And just, let it kind of just come out of her. Don't try to question her, because if you question her too much, like most kids, she'll probably pull back. She's very angry about something, and you could probably start there.
Okay. I'll start right there. Because she doesn't talk to me much or tell me what is bothering her, but I didn't know anything was.
Okay. Kind of normal at that age, but I think they need to know that they're safe. They can tell you anything, and that that you love them and you're going to protect them regardless. It's a tough world to be in, especially for children right now. There's so many mixed messages in this world. Is there a question you want to just ask me? Because I feel like there's something you want to ask me, but you're hesitating.
How would you say it now? What does my future hold? More like that.
Do you sing?
Huh?
Hello? Do you sing?
No.
I see you singing. Well, I see you singing, and like just your voice is very powerful, and you have this like message that you want to give out, and you're like singing it, like you're projecting out to the world. I'm sorry?
That's nice. I can't sing.
Maybe you can, and
I
you just
can't
haven't.
sing.
Do you have message? Do
maybe.
you have a message that you want to share with people? Something holds you back? You, I
No.
see you in the future, like sharing your truth. Like you want to share your truth, and it's time for you. It's your time, and it's pretty soon. It's not like way out in the future. But I also see you doing things with your health,
Oh.
like you're making changes, the way that you're living your life. A lot of changes.
Mhm. Okay, that's good.
And if you're willing to do, I'm sorry. Hello.
Hello? You keep cutting
Hi.
in and out.
Hi. Yeah, I realize that. I'm
It might
sorry.
be
I think it's
because
a
of the
storm
weather
down there because our
also.
climate.
Yeah. Yeah, it's storming
Yes.
here. Not really
Yes.
storming, but it's raining now. So that
Well,
might
I've
be the
been
reason
praying
for
for
the
all of.
service.
Yeah, I've been praying for you and all of everybody down there. That's where I'm from. I lived in Clearwater for years in St. Pete.
Oh, okay. Thanks for
Yeah,
the prayers. It worked. We
absolutely.
didn't get much, just the flooding.
Yeah, that's enough. That's enough for sure. So, are you looking to make
Yeah.
changes in the future? Are you ready to like do some different things with your life?
Ah, yes. I'd
Like
like to
I
do that.
build up in what way? Financially?
Both, yes.
Okay. I see you changing shoes. Like there's like 4 or 5 different pairs of shoes, and like you're changing shoes, like almost like you're changing which direction you want to go in, and you have to like readjust what you're wearing so that you can be comfortable on that path. So I see a
Okay.
change coming from you. Are you interested in
Okay.
working in the medical field? Do you work around medicine or take care of people?
Yes, I do. I take care of people.
Okay. Okay. Well, you're going to go into something else that's similar to that, but not the same. It feels like you're putting on these other shoes, and it sounds funny, but it's like you have on like work tennis shoes, but you're going into sandals. So it's
Hmm.
something. Maybe that's the singing
Like I'm
part.
going to change my career.
Yes, yes, definitely.
Okay.
Do you sing in church? You don't sing anywhere.
No, no, I don't.
You you may want to try that. It just feels very strong. I see you singing in these sandals. So, Spirit has a
Oh,
funny way of giving you messages. But yes, you're definitely changing
okay.
paths. You're changing from something more uniform, more like work, to something more like play. But you'll be happier. Like you're like just your like your world's opening up to you. And then there's these other
Mhm.
shoes sitting there,
Okay.
and they look like dressy, um like pumps, like heels. And then there's like boots sitting there. So you're gonna be doing different things in this next year. Not just one more thing, but it's like you're gonna be exploring and like opening up your horizons. Like everything's opening up to you. You just have to choose. And you're gonna be singing. When you do, I
Okay.
want you to call me. I want you to call me and say, "Hey Renee,
Yes.
I'm singing," because you're gonna be singing because that won't leave my head. Let if you
Okay.
have a pen, I
I
want to give
will
you I
call
want to
you
give you
when
my
I'm
phone.
singing.
Yeah, I want to give you my phone number. You have a pen?
Okay, hold on.
Okay. So funny.
Okay, go ahead.
It's 931-239-9614. 2592.
That's 931-339-2593.
No, 239-2592.
Okay, 2592. I got that.
Yes. Yep. 931-239-2592. Renee Johnson is my name. And I'm Full Circle Wellness on Facebook, my website, all of it's Full Circle Wellness U, Y-O-U. And I'm really interested to see what's going to come from this. I also see like those other shoes, and I don't know anything about tap dance, but it's almost like you're tap dancing yourself around while you're singing. So to me, this is like a big deal, like fanfare, like, you know, you're really putting yourself out there.
Mm-hmm.
That's really a cool feeling. I really like that.
And
That's
you
neat.
sure it's I'm singing?
You are singing. You'll be calling me, I'll tell you. But listen, I'm going to have to let you go. I've got just a minute or two before I got to wrap this show up. You have a beautiful night. Stay safe, and let me know how it goes, okay?
Okay, I will. Thank you.
Take care. You talk to your daughter. Bye-bye. All right, everybody. So at the end of the show here, I'd just like to touch on a topic that's also on my mind, and it always goes back to health. You know, we have challenges in this world, and while we're suffering in pain, a lot of times we're being quiet and we're keeping it to ourselves. It's so important that we speak up. While we hold a space of healing, we're taking care of ourselves, but we don't have to make excuses. We can be who we are, especially people that suffer in chronic pain. If you're one of them, I understand you. If you're not one of them, give thanks every single day and have a little more compassion for those people that can't make it to that appointment, or they don't want to go play right now, or they don't answer their phone. Because when you're in pain and you're not medicated, it is one of the hardest things to maintain your life. But never suffer in silence. Remember, there's always people out there that will talk to you, whether it's a support group, a good friend, whatever it is. And remember to always go back to that place of balance and peace, because that's where the healing starts. And then drink your lemon water, do some juice fasting, cut your portions back, skip a day of eating, do a little bit more fasting, and just keep doing the next right thing, guys. Don't forget to look up. Your answers are coming from above always, coming through that crown chakra. Remember your purple amethyst. And, you know, get in touch with me, please. 931-239-2592. I really appreciate your time. I hope y'all have a beautiful night, and I can't wait to see you next week. Take care, guys. Love you. Good night.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live from the city of New York, where we get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and those are the cards being shuffled, 8 Pacific. So we're gonna sit here and look through the magical window for the next hour, and that's pretty good because you know what that means? An hour with no politics. What is going on here that now every time we turn around, it's an election season? Have you noticed there's no, it doesn't abate. There's no time off. It's every time you turn around, we're in a constant state of somebody's running for office for something. And the presidential elections, I mean, this began, a year ago? There's people already debating the elections. They're not for over a year now. I mean, come on, folks. This is ridiculous. I mean, is there not enough stuff going on in the world that these cable news stations have to invent debates and things like that among people who you're not going to, look, you know it and I know it. Most people don't really pay attention to this until just before the election. And why? Why not? I mean, the summer isn't even over. It's still the summer of 2023, and we're talking about the election being just before winter of 2024. So come on, folks. We're going to go an hour without it, and that's the beautiful thing because, let me tell you this. We're only about, I think, looking at my timetable, we're about 2 weeks, 3 days, and 45 seconds away from somebody saying, this is the most important election of our lifetime. Now, come on. When have you not heard that? So it's not that I'm putting all this down, but I'm putting all this down. This is just ludicrous. They've turned it into a 365-day-a-year sport, and it's ridiculous. It's unbecoming to see 80-year-old people gabbling about how good they are and how bad everyone else is and what they're going to give you, and nobody believes them anyway. And this is going to go on and on and on. And the people who make the commercials are going to make a lot of money. And, the people who make the commercials they don't believe in anything. They're just guns for hire. I know. I used to be among them. I worked with a lot of those people in my years in journalism. They don't care. They just don't care. So what we're looking at is now, you see, in the 1980s, cable discovered stand-up comedy, and then stand-up comics were every place. And then that kind of waned, and then we got fashion models. Remember those? And I can honestly say, and I'm sorry if I'm offending anybody, but I spent time among fashion models, and I think my brain atrophied. So, but then that was the big thing. And then it became Real Housewives as opposed to you phony housewives. So this is. Then it didn't take long for them to discover politics. And politics has long been, I wish I knew who first said this, but it goes back decades. Somebody referred to politics as show business for ugly people. And, show me where that's wrong is what I say. But that's, this is nonstop now. This is just insane. It's nonstop. And the whole gig is scare the hell out of people. This is the end of democracy as we know it if you don't vote right. This disease will destroy us. The whole 9 yards. Everything is your car is going to destroy the planet that's been here for billions of years. You know what I tell people? Look, okay, we may not be doing the planet any good, but we're not really putting the planet in any risk at that point. We're doing okay. No country on the face of the earth has cut its carbon emissions more than the United States, and we're only responsible for about 14% of the carbon emissions in the world. But they have to scare you. You know, they have to get you. Now they got you scared of wildfires that they say are happening because the temperature of the earth is a quarter degree hotter. You know, come on, please. I mean, did you ever cook something? And I mean, of course you've cooked things, but I mean, did you ever cook something and have somebody say, you know, that is a delicious steak, but if you had made the oven 1/4 of a degree hotter, it would have been perfect. No, but it's all about scaring you. And there is, I'm going to say it again. I talk about it all the time, and I wish I didn't have to, but I will. There's a book that you can get at mojoacademy.org, mojoacademy.org, and it is called Unmasking Fear. This is a book that predates mass media. So it was from 1919. Now, I have written a forward and an introduction, and I've updated that part of the book to show how it's relevant to today. And I truly look. I'll give you an example. You know the musical, The Music Man, where the guy comes into a perfectly peaceful little town, and he riles it up by getting them terrified of what's going to happen because of a pool table, and then he sells them a cure. That is politics these days. And it can't say it's only these days, of course, because that show goes back many years. But the book Unmasking Fear, in one of the introductions, I analyze the Music Man in terms of the way fear is used to sell us almost everything. You know, I've got a wonderful book that I don't really talk about that much because, you know, it kind of sounds silly, but it's a book that shows men how to not only get the best shave of their life, the closest, cleanest, most wonderful shave, but how to use shaving as a form of meditation and relaxation, believe it or not. And you can look that up too, and that's also at mojoacademy.org. Just, you know, check out the page on shaving. But I bring that up because in that book, I show ads from the early history of Gillette, which specifically are concentrating on the Depression era, where they scare people into buying their blades, their razor blades. It's fear, you know. A guy has like this ridiculous 5 o'clock shadow, which, you know, looks like it was painted on by a guy who used to work in minstrel shows or something. And he looks forlorn and dejected. And his wife says, "You didn't get the job, did you?" You know, because you're a slob. That's why you didn't shave, right? And of course now, all kinds of men think that they're manly if they go a few days without shaving, that the stubble looks really manly. It really did an awful lot for the for the love life of Harvey Weinstein. I love those shots of him, you know, before he was locked up with a stubble, trying to look sexy in the morning, you know. But fear, it's about fear, and you are going to see a fear-a-palooza when in the next year and 2 months, when as the lead up to the election. And this is what they do. And then as soon as the election is over, there'll be more fear. And then as soon as the person who wins is sworn in, there'll be even more fear. And then you know what they'll do? They'll start the impeachment proceedings against whoever wins. And then they'll start the 2028 election cycle will start officially then. And it's to keep us all in a state of fear. Now, you look at major network television news, and I'm not asking you to do that. I'm just doing that parenthetically. And you'll see that almost all of the ads for there are pharmaceuticals to relieve stress, strain, and depression. Now, what is the news except if a business designed to give you stress, strain, and depression? It sounds like my law firm, by the way, you know. Good evening, stress, strain, and depression. Can I help you? No. Don't do that. Don't let them do that. And I'm serious about this. I am not joking when I say it. The book I'm talking about is Unmasking Fear. It is very important because, you know, I remember in grade school, I loved elementary school. I really did. I adored elementary school because I was learning how to read, and I knew that the key to everything lay in reading and writing. And yet there were other little kids around me who were terrified. They were afraid of being left back. They were afraid that somebody else was going to get a higher grade than they did. They were afraid of the report cards. So there's a system designed to fill us with fear from the very beginning. I'm going to tell you a story which I find fascinating because for a couple of years before high school, after elementary school, before high school, in the middle school, like junior high area, I went to a private school for a few weeks. I'm laughing because I've been expelled from so many private schools. I was thrown out of one school in 2 weeks, and that was my first day in that school. I said to a friend of mine, "I'm not going to make it 2 weeks in this place." But before that, I was in a private school, believe it or not, for actors, for children who were actors, and I was able to skate by and get in there because I had done television commercials as a little child, and these were not fear-oriented television commercials. They were, just showed like a family drinking Bosco and a family eating Campbell's soup, and it was generally me and my sister and my mother because my father was in the advertising business, and I guess it saved money to put the family in there. But I was in a school for children. I went to school with some famous people, and I remember recess the first day. Everybody was standing around at lunchtime. We had mugs. Nice ceramic mugs of Campbell's chicken and rice soup. You see, this is the kind of detail that sticked. Thank you. That's very good. I just, I told you, I loved learning how to read and write, and then I used the word sticked. This is the kind of detail that stuck in my mind because it was just so bizarre. There were little kids. I mean, little kid, not even 11 years old, standing there like they're at a cocktail party, holding their little mug of Campbell's chicken and rice soup, and they're talking about the auditions they went on. And I remember, now you can look this up, the name of the TV show I'm about to mention, and you'll see what time period I'm talking about. One little kid said to the other, "I just read for," this is a 10-year-old, "I just read for a part in Slattery's People, but I'm not going to get it because Dick Crenna doesn't like me." Now, these are 10-year-olds. They're already living in this world of being afraid of things not working out. I just, this is probably why I've made it my life mission to eradicate fear. Not that I'm fearless, and not that fear is bad, mind you. Fear is good. Fear is very good. Fear is the evolutionary method to keep us alive in many ways. Whenever you have something that a human being does, you have to ask yourself, what is the evolutionary advantage of this? Why do we have it? Fear. What is the evolutionary advantage in fear? Fear tells you that you're in a dangerous place. You'd be a dope not to have fear. Now, constant fear is terror. And you remember the war on terror. Did you ever in your life see anything quite as terrifying as the stuff that came out during the war on terror? I mean, everything was about, your water supply is going to get poisoned. This is going to happen. That's going to, oh man, it's just hideous. But yes, it's the same thing with anger, you see. Now, there's something else that maybe I'll do a book about anger one day. Anger is the evolutionary value of anger is that anger is the feeling that says to you, you've been mistreated. Nothing wrong with that. Otherwise you're a doormat. Now, I remember as a little child, I was upset with something that my parents did, and I turned around to them and I said, "I am sick and tired of you doing this to me." Where did I get that expression? I've heard my parents use it, and I figured that's what you use to express discontent. And of course, I was sent to my room, This is terrible when it's like declawing a cat. You can't beat the anger out of little kids because anger is important. And without anger, you're a doormat. Now, constant anger, that's rage. And you don't want rage. I've never heard the government come out with a war on rage because they want to keep you angry. There's two things that governments do all the time. This is nonpartisan. So I'm not going to get into parties. I'm not going to get into my country is better than your country. I'm just telling you that this is governments do this. You see, if you look at every nation, the name for the country in their language and the name for everyone else in their language is generally translates into there's us and there's everyone who's not us. You know, this is where you get like Auslanders. You know, that's so everything is divided into us and them. And what does that mean? That means they're born on the other side of a dividing line on a map, and that makes them them and you, and that is exploited. The poor people here have had to be going without an enemy ever since the Soviet Union collapsed. You know, that was a great enemy to have, man. We had the Cold War for years that motivated people. People cheered when the Russians lost in the Olympics. Yay, you know, all of that stuff. And then they were gone. You know, then the Union of Soviet Socialists was gone. Now, I want you to think back of the years from Mr. Gorbachev tear down that wall to today, and you'll see that there's been almost a never-ending search for an enemy in our society. It's sometimes it's one country, sometimes it's one movement, other times it's a disease, because the belief is, and I was really tight with a lot of government people for years. They truly believe that they're doing a good thing by getting people scared and angry because that unifies us. And for them, unity is good. And I want you to remember one rule again, and this is not partisan politics, this goes across the board. In politics, the word unity means do it my way. Okay, so there you go. But we're coming into the home stretch for this presidential campaign, and it's going to be weird. This one especially, and it's coming into the home stretch, and it still has over a year to go. And I don't want you to be frazzled and made upset and made crazy and made scared and made angry because of somebody who will profit off you feeling that way and me feeling that way. It's not just you, obviously. I'm not exempt, but I have a little bit of an edge because I read Unmasking Fear. And I was so impressed with that book that when they found out it was in the public domain, my company republished it. And there's a book, you know, a lot of these books, one of the things I love about reissuing forgotten books is designing an interesting cover. Well, this one, I didn't do a damn thing, folks. I just left, I gave it the same cover, you know. It is beautiful. And check that out at mojoacademy.org. It's called Unmasking Fear. If you go to Reverend Elliott's tarot page at Facebook, you'll see an announcement for that book right at the top. I have it pinned to the top of the page. And I am deadly in earnest about this. If there's one thing that I would like to accomplish in my life, it's to have helped people realize when the fear that you feel and the anger that you feel is not yours. Somebody put it there. Somebody put it there for their own benefit. Get angry if somebody treats you badly. Get fearful if you're in a dangerous situation, but do not live in fear and do not live in anger. And that's what they want is when you live in fear and when you live in anger, bad things happen to your body. I'm going to tell you a scientific fact right now. Fear shuts down your immune system. Fear, I'll say it again, shuts down your immune system because the blood, when you're in fear, the human body throws adrenaline into your system, and that takes the blood and sends it into your arms and your legs and gets your heart going to pump it more and more. Arms and legs, because fear, you get put into what's called fight or flight syndrome. So you're ready to either fight your way out or run like hell. That leaves precious little blood for your brain, for thinking. Okay, now you know why advertisers love to use fear. Nobody, I don't care if you're Einstein, nobody thinks rationally when they're afraid. They just don't. I'll give you a perfect example of this. Any self-defense, any martial artist will tell you this. People will grab a gun and run away. People will grab a knife and run away from somebody with a gun if they're attacked that way. The worst thing you can do when somebody has a knife, if you don't know how to do it, is grab for the knife. If you're a trained martial artist, that's like taking the Tootsie Roll from a baby. But you can really get yourself seriously hurt. It's exactly the opposite. Run from a knife because it's virtually impossible to stab you while running after you. And every time they attempt it, you'll just keep getting further away. And running away from a gun just gives a person time to level it and aim at you. But you see, in fear, you don't think. In fear, you see the gun and you want to run. In fear, you see the knife and you want to grab for it. Wrong, see. This is why you have to be trained to fight if you want to fight. If not, there's nothing cowardly about running away if you're faced with something deadly. That's why evolution made it so that when you're in fear, your legs and your arms get stronger. So this is the point I'm making, and this is important. And this is, I'm almost evangelical about this. Don't let somebody keep you in a state of fear. I mean, I've seen people paralyzed with fear at election time because they don't know what to do. They're so terrified that the whole world is going to end. And look at these people who think that the planet is going to end in 4 years. And I just tell them, look, man, you know, the planet is a self-adjusting ecosystem. It'll take care of itself. And if the human beings are a threat to the planet will just become inhospitable to human beings and we'll all die off. Okay, that's it. The planet doesn't care. The planet has all the time in the world. Remember that. The planet has all the time in the world. This is just more stuff to keep you and me in a state of chronic fear. And there are people now crying and screaming and killing themselves because they think the world is going to end in 2 years. Now, these are the same people who will tell you that they're not religious. But this idea about killing yourself because the world is going to end has long been associated with religious fanatics. So, you know, that's 2 and that's 2. And if you don't get 4, that's, you know, I am not going to tell anybody how to think. I'm not telling you not to be afraid. I'm not telling you not to be angry. I'm just saying if you suddenly find yourself afraid of something that a couple of weeks ago you never even heard of, chances are you got a Madison Avenue mugging. The advertisers are scaring you. The marketers are scaring you. Don't do that, okay? That's not good for your health. Again, they scared the bejabbers out of people over this virus. And yet, fear destroys your immune system. Does that make sense? Does that in any way make sense? It makes sense to somebody because they did it. So they did it for a reason. Question is why? Why did they do it? And I leave that for historians. All I know is I'm not afraid. I mean, I had the disease in April of 2020, so I'm cool. You know, I'm not going to get it again. I don't care what they say. I'm not getting it again. It's just that's the way it goes. I had measles in 1964. I never got it again. That's how it worked. You want to feel old? This is how I know. This is when I felt old. I mentioned that to a doctor a couple of years ago, and she looked at me and said, "You actually had measles?" like I'm a relic, you know. Oh man. So anyway, this is Reverend Elliott's sermon for the day, and I want you to do this, and I'll be watching. And I'm counting. I'm taking names. You see, there's fear, right? Isn't that a fear tactic? I'm watching you. I'm not watching you. I'm not at all. I want you to order a copy of Unmasking Fear. It will be a great, great, great addition to your life. Even if you know these things I'm saying, just read the book, because this is a guy who wrote it, Lloyd Kenyon Jones, was a prolific writer of the teens into the 1930s. He wrote Hunches, the best book I ever read on psychic abilities. That's there too. That's for later. Right now, I think we're in a state of emergency, because as we slide into Labor Day's coming, you know, so that's the end of the summer, and then we slide into the election year again. And there's people who are just going to do whatever they can to scare you and keep you scared until November of 2024. You don't want to live like that. It's very bad. It's very bad for your whole system and your outlook. And life is beautiful. Life is, and I don't care what these people try to tell you, there's not a damn thing scary about life. There might be some incidents in life that are not pleasant, but hey, we grow from that stuff. But this idea that life is something to be terrified of, forget it. Just don't. It's beautiful. Hey, I get to meet you people. I get to chat with you. I can't go out without people stopping me. They see the button that I'm wearing. I have the little, and if you want some of those buttons, just drop me a line at asktaro@earthlink.net and I'll send you some. I've got some Reverend Elliot show buttons. Now that they generally ask me what that is, and every once in a while somebody will say, "Is that you?" And I say, yes, it's me, except I'm not as good looking in person as I am on the radio. So, look, life is beautiful, and there are paid professionals out there who make literally millions and millions of dollars to make you and me scared. Let's put them out of business, huh? You remember that Star Trek episode where the Klingons and the Star Trek Enterprise crew, they defeat the bad guys just by laughing and having a good time? You see? There's something in that. So let's go back to the basics here. I've talked a lot today, partly because I missed last week's show. And for those of you, thank you so much for all the wonderful wishes you sent about my wife. I missed last week's show because I needed to help her out. She's been sick. This is the second time in like 40 years that she's been sick with a cold. So I had to take care of her. She's not used to these things. It was a kind of bad cold, but it's much better now. And she wanted me to say thank you for all the wonderful well wishes that you all sent. But that left me being chatty. So let's stop eating into the time and just go to mojoacademy.org. Check out Unmasking Fear. You'll thank me. And now let's ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space and get in some tarot reading, because that's what I'm here for. And now slowly we pull back the curtain on the magical window and we go to Nicole in Pomona, California. Hi, Nicole. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello. Hi.
Hi. How are you tonight, Nicole?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. I'm a little talky today, but I keep forgetting it's about you. It's not about me. So let's see what we can read for you in the cards. How's that? What would you like to look at?
Can I get just a general reading?
Sure. What would you like to know? Anything in particular, or just see what the cards show?
Let's just see what the cards show.
Okay, I will tell you what I can. I'll pull out a few cards, and I'll tell you what I think the indications are, and then you can tell me if that fits things that are going on.
Okay.
Oh, okay. This is interesting. This is very good. I have the 2 of rods and the 2 of coins. Now these are cards about waiting for something to develop, waiting for something to happen. One in terms of career and work and business, the other in terms of money. The 2s are a duality. So, it's about juggling money. It's about waiting for something you did to bear fruit. And then I have the 8 of Swords, which says that you kind of feel stuck where you are right now. Now, tell me if I'm on the right or wrong track here.
Oh, yes, you're on the right track.
Okay, which of these things is more important to you? Because you got cards, you got rods, which are career life, coins, which are money, which of course are linked to career, and then you have swords, which is about mental activity and thoughts and the head, as opposed to those thoughts in the feet, right? I mean, I remember there are people who thought that thought came from the liver. So what can you do? Maybe it does. So what would you like to explore?
My career.
Okay, now I got 2 cards here that are interesting. You got another sword card here, by the way. You got the Ace of Swords, and in terms of career, the Ace of Swords means you're seeing things in a new way. It means a new way of thinking, that your mind is growing and your point of view is changing. Is that correct?
Yes, very much so.
Okay, the next card is really important because it's excellent. It's the 10 of Cups. That's a card of perfected happiness. That's a card of joy. That's a card of family and health and happiness and joy. I mentioned joy, but yes, that's very much there. That means that you're coming to a place where you're going to be very happy. You're kind of deciding about which way to go at this point. The two of rods and the two of coins indicate that there's two different paths you could take. The eight of swords is you're not sure which way to go yet, but these two cards say trust your mind, trust your thoughts, that your thoughts are good. The ace of swords meaning a new way of thinking, and the 10 of cups validating that by saying whatever you do is going to make you very happy. Oh, in fact, I have one of the happiest cards in the deck here. It's the sun, which is health and healing and growth. If you'd had any setbacks that you felt that you needed to heal from, this is it. This is the card of healing. And the page of swords, that's even more powerful than the ace of swords, because it's about the new way of thinking actually happening and applying itself, and you're using it. So it's a difficult thing when you start thinking differently. It changes a lot of things in your life, and it disappoints a lot of people who think they know you.
Yes.
I like to almost half jokingly say to people, you can always tell when you're growing as a person because old friends will leave you. They say, what happened to you? You're not the person you used to be. And of course, you don't want to be the person you used to be. That's the point, right?
Yes.
So there you go. And I think that you're in for a really good time here because it's going to be one of growth and expansion and joy and happiness. It's just you haven't quite latched on the right path yet, but according to these cards, you will. So if you're concerned, here's good grief, the world, that's a card of assured success. Here's the death card, which doesn't mean you're going to die. It means that the one phase of your life is ending and a new phase is beginning. You are really at the cusp of a whole new you, and a new that you've been working at, a new you that you've been working on and you've wanted for a long time. So you're in for a great ride here. This is going to be beautiful. So if what you were concerned about as things are changing for you is whether or not you'll do what's right, all these cards show me that you will. You will be doing what's best for you. Not right or wrong per se, but best for you. And there it is. And the ace of coins is here. That's the beginning of money coming in. And the seven of cups, that's a good card too. That's a person with a really strong imagination and has many different ideas. A lot of people think of that as someone who builds castles in the sky. I see it as a more practical thing, which is I would rather have too many ideas than no ideas at all, because you can always take one and grab it and work with it and run with it. So your mind is growing, you're filled with ideas and imagination, and that's what's going to give you the 10 of cups and the sun, which is healing and health, growth, happiness. You're really, it's the abundance of cards here that indicate a change for the best are so good that I have absolutely no doubt that this is going to happen soon. It's in the working now, and you're going to come out the way you wanted, the way you've always hoped it would be, I think. Okay?
Okay. And what about my love life?
Okay, let's see. I'll shuffle them up. Let's see if you get cup cards. Cups are about affairs of the heart. Well, here's the temperance card, and that has a cup in it, so I'm going to count that. Yeah. Temperance is that's things. Have you been in some bad relationships lately?
Oh, yes. Yes, I
Okay,
have.
because that's what this means is that that's going to end. Okay, that's why I asked that. Not that there's more coming. The temperance card is about balance being restored in your life. So you see, and here's the judgment card. The same. It's getting what you deserve and what you've been wanting. These cards are overwhelmingly the cards of a person who is growing positively. Um, I'm not seeing anything specific about anything in terms of romance other than balance will be restored. That was the response to the question you asked. So that's good. That means you're not going to, it's not going to be crazy time, you know? So I think that answers it. The idea that, that balance will be restored will lead to peace of mind, I think. And let's see if I have anything else to add to that. I'll pull one more card here. Well, I've got that card again, the Eight of Swords, about not knowing, about feeling stuck and not knowing where to go. Just telling me then, you know, it's coming soon, but you just don't quite feel it yet. But you will. Nobody gets this many positive cards about growth and change and energy without something happening. So that's
Yes,
pretty
yes.
good.
I've been working on change and all that.
Well, it's going to pay off for you. I really see nothing but good stuff here. I don't see any speed bumps. I see the strength card, which shows that you have the determination and strength to do the things that you know you need to do to get what you want, and that's very good. And I don't see anything that says that immediately. Well, there we go. I was about to say there'll be some kind of romance in the offing, but here it is, the Knight of Cups. The Knights are something new coming into your life, and cups are about emotions and romance. So there's a possibility that somebody is approaching you. Now, the knights are very tempestuous. The knights are, on horseback. So they go up, they go down, they go left, they go right, they go all over the place. So it's just the beginning and an exciting time. But there is going to be a romance coming your way, according to that card. Just when I was about to say I don't see any indication of that, I get the Knight of Cups. It's perfect. See, this is why I think these cards are sarcastic sometimes. As soon as I think I see something, it's telling me no. So I'm about to make this grand pronouncement that I don't see anything in your immediate future about any relationship coming in there. I get the Knight of Cups, which is exactly that. So yeah, that's good. Oh, here's the Ace of Cups. The Ace of Cups. Yes, you're going to have, once you get all this other stuff that you're working on settled, and once you get, because that's the Judgment card I told you about, you'll be getting that which you deserve. And that includes romance, because there's the Ace of Cups. So that's good. Ace of Cups and see, the difference is with the Knight of Cups, it means it's arriving. The Ace of Cups, it's like potential. So you got both of those, which is good.
Well, that's awesome.
So that's you're headed for a really exciting time, and I know that you've been working at it, and it's going to pay off. It's just, it may feel a little frustrating. That's why I got 2 times now. I got that 8 of Swords, which is about feeling stuck where you are. But the positive movement is definitely without doubt coming. In fact, here's the 10 of Swords, which I love that card because it's an ugly looking card, but it's beautiful in its meaning. It means the worst is over. The worst is over. A lot of people think that card means the person in there has been killed, but it doesn't. It means that they've suffered a lot and they're going to get up and keep going. That the period of suffering.
Yes, I feel like I move forward and then I take like 10 steps back.
Well, that's going to change. That 10 of Swords, it's funny you say 10 steps because it's the 10 of Swords. That's the card that means it's the bad times are ending. It's gone. It's in the past. So keep positive, and when you doubt it, you can go to askonradio.com, go to August 30 under the archives for Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, and listen to this again, and you'll see it's a positive. They see people have a tendency to get a reading, feel good about it, and then kind of forget that it even happened. But because events can overwhelm you. But these are very good cards. They're excellent cards, and you ought to hear it again, okay?
Okay.
And here's the Page of Cups. The Page of Cups again. It's telling me that there's a new romance coming your way. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And also, my dad, he passed away on August 31st. Is there any, like, is he around me? Is he with me?
Let's see if I can. I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to get anything on that. Let me just see. Only because we did so many readings about you and your present and future. So let's just see if we can shift gears. Well, let's take these cards as a message. How's that? Because this is fascinating. First of all, I've got the Sun, which is a card I almost always get when I'm reading and somebody wants to look at a message from a spirit. And that's the Sun, which is about health and healing and growth. That's almost always there, meaning I'm in a place where I'm growing. Here's the two cards I got. The 5 of Cups and the 10 of Cups. The 5 of Cups is a card, and this means it hurts. This is hard. This is painful. A loss. It hurts. And these are about feelings and emotion. The 5 of Cups shows a person who is still dwelling on a loss and is hurt and still hurting from the loss. But there are 2 other cups that are okay. So it's a partial loss. And now this is not to say you'll get over it. You never get over this kind of thing. But it's right now, it's still very hard. It's still difficult. A year is not that long. The next card is about healing and health and happiness and joy, as is the sun. So the message is, I know you're hurting. I know you're sad, but be happy because I, the spirit, am in a place where I'm growing and healing. Okay?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. And we're going to get a few more readings in because I did talk a lot today because I'm very passionate about this, about unmasking fear and about keeping fear out of our lives if it is unnecessary. Heather in Pennsylvania is next. Hi, Heather. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
Good, thank you.
Well, what can I look at for you?
Maybe my relationship.
Okay. Are you in a relationship now, or or have you been in something that
Yeah.
didn't quite work out? You're in something now, a
I'm
relationship?
Yeah.
Because the card I have here is the Nine of Swords, which is about sadness and sorrow. Is this a difficult time in the relationship?
A little bit.
Okay. Well, of course, this is one of those things where you don't really need the cards for that because you wouldn't be asking me if everything was really okay. So
Right.
let's just see what we that's just confirmation. Boy, I'm getting really mixed messages here, but it's a I've got the Nine of Swords, which says there's sadness and sorrow here. I've got the Three of Rods, which is a card about waiting for something to bear fruit, waiting for something that you're expecting. There's also the Eight of Cups, which shows me that you're thinking about leaving and ending the relationship. But that's followed by the Lovers card, and that's a very interesting card here because it's been ruined by many years of cheap movies using tarot. This is a card that means you're facing a decision right now. And I think what I'm seeing here is the decision. You're trying to consider whether you want to continue the relationship or not. Is that correct?
Kind of. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's I'm not telling you anything you don't know, right? So let me just see if I can get any insight into this. Well, this is an interesting card. Is there you're not being treated well, are you?
Yeah, that's kind of the problem a little bit.
Yeah, because the Five of Swords, fives are severe in tarot. All the five cards are pretty severe, and the Five of Swords is about somebody who you can't quite trust. Now, I'm not saying that this is saying that is happening. It could be that that's what you feel is happening. It could mean that's what is happening. You know what I'm saying? It's not. Don't let a set of cards that are trying to amplify the situation replace your judgment. Is what I mean. But
Okay.
I'm seeing that you're not quite being treated as fairly and rightly as you want to be. And then here's the Six of Swords, like the Eight of Cups. That's about moving on, and so I think that's heavy in your mind right now. The Three of Coins here is about something reaching its conclusion. So the question is, has this relationship run its course?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, and I tell you something. These are the kind of readings I don't like because they're not telling you anything you don't know. What, and I can't tell you what to do, obviously, because if we spent an hour in a private reading, I still probably wouldn't be qualified to tell you what to do, right? But
right.
But boy, here's that card I just had before, the Ten of Swords. That means there was a lot of bad stuff, but the bad stuff is over. Is there that's saying that it's possible that the bad stuff in the relationship is ending, but of course, if you leave, that would do it too. But
right. So I'm at a crossroads because, like,
Yeah.
I just, you know,
See, that's the lover's card. It's a choice that has to be made, and it's a very important choice. In broad philosophical terms, it's usually about a choice between the sacred and the profane. Now, that doesn't help either, but you know you have a choice to make. Let's see if I can get some
right,
kind of insight here. Well, let me put it this way. The justice card is here. That means you will get you're not being treated justly, but you will get justice one way or the other. You know, you're going to seek
right.
you're going to get what you need. The 9 of coins is here, which shows me that you're a person who can be happy alone, not like a hermit, you
Oh,
know,
right,
but you're not one of these
right,
people who's got. I mean, I've known people who, if they're not out in a crowd or with other people, their life is over, you know. But
right.
so that's a strength for you, and because you're
Hmm.
not going to stay in a relationship you don't want out of desperation. And then there's the
Right.
4 of rods, which is a card of a happy home, which tells me that you're going to have justice here. You're firm and confident about yourself and who you are, and you're going to make the decision that's best for you. And now that doesn't sound like much, but if you're concerned about making the wrong choice, these cards are pointing in the direction that you're going to make the choice that's best for you.
Cool. All right.
Okay, but
Yeah.
the thing is the central card here is that 5 of swords, is that somebody is not treating you well. Here's the Ace of Cups. You
Right.
see, that's the Ace of Cups means this is very important to you. This is the feeling, the love, the romance. You know, that is important. Again, it's not
Mhm.
so important that you'll sacrifice your life just to have it, because you're strong
Right.
enough and confident enough to be on your own if you need to. But what I'm seeing here is a person who will make the right choice. It's not a choice that we have to face, but, or we rather, let me rephrase that we like to face. But I think we've all faced it, and how we handle it. I used to tell people long ago that, and I was very glib about this, but I still think there's a kernel of truth in it, that like the sole value of our first love is how we handle it when it's over. You know, so what I see here is that you're able to handle these things to protect yourself and to do what's best for you, and you're going to come out okay. You're going to do what's right. I'm going to pull one more card, and then we'll see what we could. Yep, see, the one card is the sun. Your overall future is healing and health and growth and happiness. So you're not going to make, you know, if you're going to make the wrong choice, that would be a very different card. So have faith in your own
Right.
ability to do this. You're going to come out of this okay. It may not be pleasant, it may not
Oh,
be happy, but you're going to come out of it okay. All right, that's pretty
okay.
much the best I can
Yeah.
offer you at this point. Because, like I said, the bulk of these readings in cases like this are telling people what they already know. So I hope that helps a bit. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you for calling, and best of luck to you as you enter a really good phase in your life, because I see that coming for you.
Awesome. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye bye now. And let's get to Mariah in Baltimore. Hi, Mariah in Baltimore. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Yes.
Hi, I've got a few minutes left. What can I look at for you there in the home of the Ouija board?
I just want to know how my relationship is gonna go.
Well, I've got nothing here but good cards. I hope that's good. You know, that's the 10 of Cups is here. That's absolute happiness and joy. The 9 of Cups is about satisfaction and enjoying all the good things in life. The Temperance card is here. It's about balance and in life. The Fool card is here. Now that's fascinating, because the card of the Fool, that doesn't mean you're a fool. You know, it means that the person is the beloved of God, and if
Yes.
there's any negative cards in a reading, the Fool card negates them all. And here's the sun: health and healing and growth and happiness and joy. I think, is this a new relationship?
Um, no, we've been on and off for 6 years, but we
Oh,
just had our baby together 8 months ago.
oh, well, that's a new phase in a relationship, that's for sure. You know, I can't draw, but I knew a guy who could draw, so I asked him to do this for me, and it was a picture of a little baby in a crib, and you can see parents from the waist down standing there because it's the angle is on the kid in the crib, and this kid who's like, you know, maybe a few weeks old, just standing there, and he's looking up, and the caption is, "From now on, things are going to be a little different around here." And yeah, you know, that's a new phase in a relationship, all right. And that it can be a strain. It can test people. That's for sure. I don't know how my parents survived me. That's for sure. I mean, a lot of people wonder. The question is usually, how did I survive my parents? But I think that's a two-way street. I'm not seeing anything negative showing up here. And this new phase in your life as parents here with this child it looks like it's going to be very good. Yeah,
Thank
there's
you.
the Ace of Swords. I had that earlier. That's like that means thinking differently, new ways of looking at things and thinking, which of course means from now on things are going to be different around here. But yeah, no, these are all positive cards I'm getting. I think you're entering into a very good time of your life, and you have there's no negativity there. That Fool card is beautiful for that. Uh, the Six of Cups here is about fond memories of your own childhood. So it's I think it looks good.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
That just gave me reassurance.
Good. Well, congratulations too, because you know, these are very good cards. And oh, here's the World. That's assured success. They're very happy cards, good cards, and it's nice to welcome another being to this planet, and it's a great responsibility and a great joy. So, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Bye bye now.
Yep.
And folks, that's it. You've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, and wow, that one sped by fast because, like I said, I was bloviating at the beginning there, but darn it, I am passionate about that. We had a governor here once a few years back who didn't have much of a command of the English language, oddly enough, and he used to say things like when he wanted to praise somebody, he'd say, "This guy is not only the ultimate politician, he's the penultimate politician," not understanding that penultimate means less than the, you know, it's before, it's one before the ultimate. But he would say, not only am I passionate about this issue, but I'm compassionate about it. That which makes no sense, you know. So I think about that from time to time because words are important to me. And that's why I have so many books over at mojoacademy.org. And we like to say there is a book there that will change your life. And the one I was talking on about, please check it out. It's called Unmasking Fear. And you know, we're getting closer and closer to people gearing up that fear factor. It ain't just a TV show. They're gearing it up and they want to keep us afraid. And I refuse to live in fear. I really do. And I'll tell you something else. I keep reading here in the news in New York about how crime-ridden we are. And at least where I live, which is by far, it's not a gated community, that's for sure. I live just off Times Square in the theater district, and we get a lot of visitors and tourists and all. You know, things are just not that bad here at all. I mean, New Yorkers are notorious for not even talking to each other. But like I said, I go out and I wear that button that says Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. And if you want some of those, check out my website, and I'll put it up at my Facebook page, and you'll see how you can get some for yourself free. You know, free meaning free. You know, not like free with a $47 service charge, but free. You know, and I'll be happy to send you some. Just drop me a line. The email is asktarot@earthlink.net. But I got to run. I've got to go. We're crawling up to the end of the show. So remember, till next time, who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become is your gift back to the universe. So until next week, bye-bye now.